So, I assume you've not started the stream yet, right?
Yeah, I am starting it right now.
No, no, no. Oh,
Oh, well, it's already.
no, never mind.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Well,
Just know I'll never forgive you.
I can live with that.
Okay.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah, I know.
Mm,
I can
that's
live with a
good.
lot of things.
Mm.
I'm
So can I.
Yeah, that's fair.
I would dare say that everything in my life that's happened thus far, I'm
Hmm.
still living with it.
Oh, that's crazy, man. Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you're sure.
Well, I don't know. I'm starting to doubt myself now.
No, no, no. I mean, if you're sure, absolutely.
Oh no! When you say that, it sends shivers down my spine of self doubt.
Well, as long as you're sure.
Stop it, you fiend!
I apologize. Um,
God, it's like when I'm at work, I'm like, yeah, the solutions shouldn't be fine. That they shouldn't have been exposed to each other. And then, like, the person who I'm working with goes, "Oh, okay, you sure?" And I go, "God damn it, I was."
fair, fair enough. Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to Table Talk, Discussion, and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Radon 95.
I, as usually, except for when I'm dead, and your second host, Captain Chiral.
That's right. Boo will not be joining us tonight. He's a tired
Yeah,
man.
tonight, booze me.
Yes, true. If someone is not here, they are dead.
Mm-hmm.
This is just the law.
I never developed object permanence. Did you?
I would never, never. Why would I do that? So
I'm just a disembodied head that floats through to your headphones.
that does. I mean, I do live in your computer, so
Mm.
it's just it's how it is. Um, some little
Oh God, Brogan changed his Discord server to his face, and it's just staring at me.
few housekeeping things. For everyone, I okay. But so we did that whole big dice thing, right? That was crazy. We got dice
I
made.
seem to recall that you making some big commotion about it.
That's right. So for those of you who are wondering, I have the dice, and I have sent almost all of them off that were for patrons and ourselves. So I'm going to show on screen right now the pictures of the dice that I put on the Patreon before. And hopefully it does the slideshow thing. There it goes. And you can see the scratches in my lovely table. But the dice are here. The dice are a thing. And tomorrow I'm going to send out the final one to the last Patreon member who is getting them. And then I'm going to figure out how to set up a very easy way for people to order dice and such. That will hopefully just be on the website that people can just go to and then order through that. I'll figure it out. It's a thing. So get excited, because the dice are on their way to most of you. I have literally a huge fucking receipt from the post office. That is like a bunch of fucking things. I have a bunch of tracking numbers and stuff that I have to send to people because I'm a bad person and I forgot to. I also forgot to tell people on Patreon. So, when I said I would tell them that I sent things out. Technically, as long as someone isn't being observed, they could be dead or alive. Yes, Lux, that's true. Hello. So, yeah, if you're if you're a Patreon member who was there when we announced the Dice project, the project is being sent to you. The completed project, if you will. Which, I mean, I got them right here for me. Yay!
Son of a bitch.
That's right.
I hear them go clicky clack.
They are clicky clack.
And I want TableTalk dice that will go clicky clack in my hand.
That's right.
But I don't have them.
Well, they're on their way.
Whatever.
Yes.
Sure.
I don't believe
If you're
you.
sure.
I am sure.
God damn it.
That's right. I have physical proof that I can look at.
Could have been such a good bit.
No.
What if the mail plane crashed? You don't know.
True. You know what? It could, but at that point, they'll send them back.
You know what? What if the mail employee been on his way to deliver dice from the countertop to the box, it tripped and fell, and they slid underneath the refrigerator? You don't know.
I don't know. You're right. I don't know. That would be unfortunate.
So you can't be sure.
True. I can never be sure, but I can take solace in that fact.
Thank you. I love to spread my self-doubt like a disease.
Thank you. I appreciate all the doubts that you have instilled in my mind. More information for that in the future. For those who want to actually buy some dice, I'll be putting out more information. And another thing that is a weird thing, like necessity, because I don't want to give my actual address. We now have a PO box for a year. So, and again, this is just if you want to. As with everything, it's not an obligation, of course, but there is a option if you ever want to send us stuff. The address is literally now on the screen. Yes. You can address it to TableTalk.
I will read it out loud for our audio listeners.
Okay,
it is,
yes, please.
1234 donate on Patreon lane.
That's not not it. No. It is you can address things to either TableTalk or TableTalk Discussion and Discourse. And I will pick it up. This is TableTalk Discussion and Discourse, 380 South Main Street, number 14, Wytheville, Virginia, 24382. It'll be in the description. And fuck it, I don't care if you know that I live here in this town. Whatever, that's fine.
You literal son of a bitch.
That's
it was
right.
You, goddammit. No, okay, so I was talking to a friend at work today, and I was like, oh, I've got, like, a friend in Virginia, and then I immediately, like, froze because I misattributed the memory I had with Boo as me thinking that Boo lived in Virginia.
Gotcha.
And I'm like, oh, wait, no, that friend's in North Carolina.
No, also untrue.
And I don't even think Boo lived in North Carolina.
No.
Because I thought he did, and he's like way too far north, and I'm like, for Louisiana?
You're trying, and I appreciate that.
Dude, I don't know the South.
That's alright.
I avoid the South like a plague.
That's fair. Anyway, so
if you down there.
It is very hot, but we have air conditioning and it's nice. Anyway, so yeah, that's a thing. Do whatever you will with that, obviously, within reason. And that's that. Other than that, I don't think to audio listeners, specifically, I apologize. The dice were literally, like, a big thing, and so I am far behind on uploading 2 episodes of content to it. Once you hear this, if you hear this, if you haven't left, which deservedly so at that point, I apologize. So, haha, that's that. Shit's busy sometimes, and you know how it be. Just ask Schrodinger's boo to check in on the Schrodinger's dice, and you'll have your answer. That's right. Yeah, you can do that. It's easy.
God, that's a 1 in 4 chance.
True. Let me think. Was there anything else that I needed to... No, I think that's it. I think that's it for upkeep. So... You probably are wondering... Well, you're not, because you know the title at this point, if you're watching this. But you're probably thinking, man, Cyberpunk came out with a new show that everybody really likes.
I have, and it's really fucking good.
Yeah, and what better way to capitalize on that by not talking about anything Cyberpunk related whatsoever?
Oh, god damn it, you knew why I suggested Cyberpunk or Shadowrun?
Mm-hmm. I forgot
and
that was a
my
thing.
Hopes up?
Yeah. I forgot it was a thing, and I had already picked out, like, the stuff for today, and I'd made the thumbnail and everything, and I was like, I don't know. I have, like, an hour. I don't have time. Besides,
dude,
there's not a lot of content.
I could have made you something in GIMP.
That's what I do.
Give me 45 minutes and just say, make a red background and make it, like, techie, and I would have, like, snatched a Maelstrom PNG and, like, slapped it up to the top left, tilted it slightly, and then, like, in the Cyberpunk font, wrote, re-talk about Cyberpunk.
Nice.
TableTalk.
Nice. Yeah. You should make that for me, and I'll just put it on the thumbnail.
I'll do it. I'll do it fucking now.
I'll do it. I'll put it up for next week. So you already know. We'll talk about Cyberpunk stuff and Shadowrun stuff next week.
You're getting my creation next week.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Today we're talking about bards and charisma. Because they go together, hand in hand. Apparently, bards have some wasted potential, at least according to this first video. Which I see I'm the only one in the watch together.
Yeah, do you want a logo or do you want me in the watch together?
I would like both.
God damn it, you're lucky you're my friend. Fucking fine. Give me, like, just a second, god damn it. The Bard's potential is being wasted, I'm here.
Okay, good. So, this is the Bard's potential is being wasted by play your role. I think we've covered a play your role video before. I'm pretty sure at this point, though I am actually uncertain. So, it doesn't matter we haven't covered this.
Sure.
Yeah. It doesn't matter we haven't covered this video. That much I know for certain. So, let us discover why bards are wasting their potential. Or at least people are wasting their potential.
I want to get this out of the way at the very first portion of this video. I am not saying you have to play a certain way. This is not a description of how you've been playing wrong or how you could be doing better.
That's good.
I do think that there is a lot of really cool stuff that the Bard can explore if you want to, and its potential is being wasted on memes most of the time. So let's talk about it.
Okay.
We all know.
So, I guess he'll go into it, but obviously the Bard meme is they seduce things generally, right?
Yeah, so I know this is anecdotal evidence.
Okay.
I have never in my life seen a horny bard.
Yeah. I think it's because most people think about that meme and they go, man, I don't want to be cringe. I don't know. But I assume it's something to the degree of it's just not the character that you see a lot of the time, just because it's not really what the game is about. and if a romance happens, it's usually more natural, quote unquote. I think I would cite Critical Role being a very influential thing in that regard, because the relationships happen in that very much over time and more organically, and that's been an influence to get other people to not just go and be the sleazy bard. Except, I mean, you did have the sleazy bard in that fucking first campaign.
Oh, that's
Technically.
right, Scanlan. Yeah,
Scanlan,
yeah.
but he was still like, he was a joke. Like, that was the point. A lot of the time, and still developed over time, regardless, right? So I think that we've seen that big example of both kind of sides of how it works, like in that kind of respect of you should try to just seduce somebody, or well, to be fair, I don't know much about the first campaign and if he ever like super hard tried to seduce many NPCs or whatever.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So you saw that, but you also saw the growth of the relationships. So I don't know. I'm playing a bard right now. I really like bards. I think bards are now one of my favorites in D&D, just because they are less strictly combat focused in their abilities. Their abilities,
they're a literal jack of all trades.
exactly. So you can build
Real
them.
quick.
Oh yeah.
What is the image size that you want?
It has to be 1280 by 720 maximum for thumbnails.
Well, okay.
Yep. I can't wait to see this. And so yeah, I think that bards are incredibly versatile with, if you want to play them more combat focused, if you want to play them more support focused, if you want to play them completely roleplay focused, you know, whatever you want to do.
720, you said?
Yeah, 720. Yeah.
Okay.
They have that versatility, and my current bard is I've only taken 6 levels in bard, and I'm going into rogue now, but it's literally just to be a support, and also it makes more sense thematically. I'm having him be he's a College of Lore bard plus a mastermind rogue in the future, so that he's doing all the shit.
That sounds literally like a character concept I have.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's hold on, let me see if I can find him. Literally, that's what he is. Is it future TTRPG stuff? Here it is. Character ideas. Control find Bard. Bard Rogue. Oh, sorry. Lore Master Bard, Arcane Trickster Rogue.
Yep.
Bookworm who gained roguish skills to sneak into libraries, learned magic the same way wizards do, through study, hence why he casts off the wizard spell list. And that's all I have written.
Sure. My guy, he's the turtle Nados, who is he's an old man who has been doing his bard thing for a while. He's an orator, not a sing-songy bard. He focuses on archaeology and anthropology, and he is part of a task force, quote unquote, for the royal crown at this point. And through that, he's met a number of people that he has found useful, because he's not really one about personal relationships. He's more about use. And he, in fact, the reason why I started going down the rogue tree, though it was a plan of where I wanted to go with him, it was more cemented thematically when he was introduced to the rogue elements by another character, because he really did want to get into that kind of place in order to get more use out of the city and a bunch of other things, right? And so now he's starting to go down that path so that he can make something hopefully bigger than himself before he dies. Whether it be like creating his own museum with illicit goods that he has found by illicit means or legitimate means. And
Real treason the infinite.
yes, actually. Oh. Huh. Anyway, nothing is original.
Awkward.
Yeah. I forgot entirely that treason exists. I'll be honest. So yeah, I mean that's it's not just being a bard, but the bard path can lead you down so many cool paths if you really want to make it so. Like I think for my classes now it goes warlock, bard, sorcerer. Those are my top 3 for D&D. I think that's where I'm at. Just because.
Yeah, I'm at rogue first and foremost, and behind that is warlock.
Yeah. Anyway, bards.
Know about the horny bard, so I'm not going to go into it. That is basically just a staple of D&D culture at this point. It has come about, people have laughed about it, people have hated on it, people have gone back around to ironically laughing about it. It's gone through the full meme cycle. Not talking about that. Instead, what I want to talk about is the themes that a bard can truly explore to be one of the best stories possible. See, we all know that bards are based in performance. Even if you don't take proficiency or expertise in performance, the bard is still ingrained in it because, I mean, that's what the whole class is about. Whether you're playing College of Swords and performing through the art of swordplay, or whether you're doing College of Tragedy and performing through the art of, well, tragic prose.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, any outside of official stuff I don't know about, so it's neat. I like that idea of a actor, I guess,
Yeah. So, as a DM, if a player comes up to you and is like, "Hey, I want to play a bard," I would hope people don't immediately think, "Oh God, they're planning horny bard."
Yeah.
Because bards do an interesting thing narratively in that they do the one thing that no other class can. They give inspiration.
Yes, true.
Which, like, literally, you as DM go, okay, like, I am now going to have to do some, like, perhaps fucky stuff with DCs, either set them higher to account for inspiration, or, like, just do nothing. And it's like, so if you have a critical plot element of, like, oh boy, I hope they pass this perception check to notice the hidden room that leads to where the boss is. Like, that's something you can actually consider doing if you have a bard in your party. I don't encourage it, but, like, you can consider doing it then.
I guess. Yeah. So just because of the inspiration, you have the ability now to make it so that your elements in your story are harder, quote unquote. Is that?
Sorry, I'm trying to focus on this Maelstrom logo. What you can do is, like, how to put this? The way dungeons are meant in real life, they're designed so that no one's getting fucking through them.
Yes.
You can be a bit more brutal.
I see. Yes.
Just because you're like, yeah, they have a bard, they will be fine at the end of the day.
I suppose so. It's not my first thought, But I guess it is something you could do. I tried to make the meme bard even with the DM approval. For whatever reason, it just never took off. Yeah, that's the thing, Mug. The meme bard is like, I don't know. It's one of those things that I think somebody has to play well enough that it's like it's a mainstay. But it's not like everybody knows the meme bard, right? You have to do something about the meme bard to make it so that it's not just the meme bard, right? It needs to be a special meme, if you will. A spicy meme itself. I don't know. It's just one of those things that I personally don't see it coming through in D&D as much. At least from like in games that I would run. I don't think I would have a vibe where like that's like the thing that people would want to play. Unless it was specifically like, I don't know, Valentine themed, I guess. I really don't know how you get that to go about to be something that is like not just I want to make a meme and that's it, right? Maybe somebody will make a character of like, this bard will start this way and then learn to not do that as much, right? That's their personal growth they want to make with it. See how they can get that to work in the story. I don't know. It really depends.
Actually, quick addendum, or not really addendum, but edit, I guess, on what I said earlier. When I said I don't know of a horny bard, Scanlan aside, because I forgot
Right.
Scanlan existed because I've not watched campaign 1.
Yeah.
But literally so my D&D session where or campaign where I'm a paladin ended last Sunday. Or Sunday before last, rather. And for campaign 2, I am like, imagine a dwarven frat boy, like party bro.
Yes.
And I considered taking Bard as a subclass because my character will need the charisma. Or not that, selecting Bard gives him like bonuses to charisma, but like
he would be using it.
He'd be using it just because he's kind of not charismatic as a person to begin with. Because intelligence, he's an artificer.
Yeah.
And intelligence is kind of his main thing.
Right.
But also he adores music. So I was like, hey, you know what? I may be able to live out the meme. I don't know. Like, I just kind of want to be a party boy. And then I just decided against it because Bard, like, he likes music, but he also likes food.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. With Bard kind of stuff, I took with Gimbal, my character before, for the first Wednesday campaign that I was doing. Gimbal wasn't a bard, but he did music. So he could be a bard, right? I think we've talked about it before. At least I recall this, at least vaguely. That we talked about it a little bit of like bard is a title more so. You don't have to be the class to be a bard. So, but Gimbal would add to his playing of a flute because he would use like cantrips and stuff because he was a sorcerer. He wouldn't go higher than that because he was a wild magic sorcerer, and that shit doesn't go well if you do that usually. And he was deathly afraid of doing that shit. But
rightfully so.
Yes, I miss Gimbal. He was probably my most fun like sorcerer I've ever played because I really played into that fear of the magic inside, and it was just so much fun. But yeah, so like I think if you take a character and you go, I'll just give him a little bit of performance, and then he has the proficiency with this musical instrument, and then you can just start doing that instead of committing to bard fully. for a lot of classes. It can add that flavor, which is fun. And it makes it more of like, this is just the thing that I do on the weekends, right? This is my side gig. And it's
hustle or scam.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. No matter what the internet says, my Bard meme will always be the Spoony Bard line from Final Fantasy 4. Spoony Bard. I don't know that one.
I'm lost. The only knowledge of Spoony I have is the one TTRPG guy.
Yeah, Spoony. Yeah. I just ended up summoning snakes and throwing fireballs. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, like that's the thing. If at the end of the day, like a bard is, still a magic user who can fucking do cool shit, right? It's cool. But if the meme thing didn't work out, it just kind of plays out as it is. D&D bards play more like Final Fantasy red mages, though. Yes, I agree with that. They take spells from other classes lists and they can do them now. It's very much a red mage from Final Fantasy. Absolutely. They kind of do. Yeah, so let's continue.
The point is, the Bard will always be about performance, but performance is an incredible avenue to explore for storytelling. Because a lot of the times, the Bard comes across as comedic because performance is exaggerated in almost anything you do. The point of performance is to just be out there. Going back to my example of College of Swords, you're not just using swords in any which way. You are using them in the most fanciful and exaggerated ways possible. You are twirling them around and dancing across the battlefield because performance is more.
Yeah, this is the thing with like, I assume most people do. When they play bards, like they figure out how they do things in a more flashy way, because that's part of it, right? The easiest thing you can do is just say, "Oh, I'm just singing when I'm doing my spells," right? And like it works. It's not. I'm not bashing on it or anything. It is a very tried and true way to do it if you are that kind of bard. The way that I do it for Nados, I've described before, is since he is an archaeologist and an anthropologist, he dabbles in the collection of this knowledge. He tells stories from the past of great heroes and events, and that's how he like inspires people and like puts spells on people, like talking about the king's right hand assassin who would be so stealthy that they would go invisible to people. They could never be seen, and all that kind of stuff, right? Where he's recounting these things that he knows because, one, it's something that he wants to do, of like teaching people this history that they've forgotten, and then two, it also acts as like how he channels that energy to make that spell happen. It's very interesting to me, right? And like with these kinds of things, for like the sword bard, you could, in addition to using the swords in that kind of way, you could kind of do specific like kata, right? And then cast spells like that, like after doing a certain kind of performance that way. It's so cool. I like bards. I like bards a lot. I imagine the TTRPG guy's name would be a reference to the Final Fantasy thing. Spoony was, I think he made, no, wait. He talked about how his name came to be. I don't remember, though. I don't know. Spoony stuff was pretty fun and interesting back when he made D&D stuff.
It was a good time.
Yeah, I miss that.
Is he doing anything now?
Oh, dude. The last I remember before I stopped keeping up with him is he would do streams and just play games, and like that was it. He fell off so hard. It was really sad, but he's not doing well mentally and all that kind of stuff, and like it's really unfortunate. I feel such pity for him, unfortunately, but as far as I remember, that was the case. I don't know. I suppose Final Fantasy IV was Ancient Times, though. Yes. Is this the channel Awesome Spoonie? Yes. That's who we were talking about. He did, his channel was called, Table Monkey, I think? Something like that. It had monkey in it. I know that much.
I don't know, dude. Like, it was, I think, back in college when I first heard of Spoonie. And when I last heard of Spoonie...
Yeah, I retain useless information. It's very fun. Anyway.
More than just doing something, it is doing so for the sake of catching attention and communicating a message. And that is the thing about the Bard that I think really gets underplayed, because a lot of the time the Bard will be pushed into a comedic role because of that exaggeration. But truthfully, the idea of a character whose entire power is based upon performance is one of the single most fascinating things you could do in a story.
I would love to see, I guess it's potentially possible that it goes into a more comedic role because of its niche, but I don't know. I guess if you think of performance, you think of a comedy act, maybe. You could do that. You could make it so that your performance, like as a bard, is you doing comedy. That would be interesting. Like doing pratfalls and shit, like physical comedy.
Oh, dude. Oh, God. Now I want a bard doing like slapstick. So a bard with the chef feet. Like doing slapstick comedy and like mashing pies in the faces of enemies.
Yeah. That would be so fucking funny.
That sounds like a good character for a one-shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Let's look at the subclasses. You have things like College of Shadow.
Oh, okay.
College of Valor, College of Lore, lots of colleges. But the point is, out of all of those, the ability to explore what they're about in a character is really, really cool. Yeah. College of Valor is based a lot on skalds. The idea of this character who can create this massive ruckus music which inspires your allies and terrifies your enemies.
Oh, that makes sense. I forget that historical things influence fucking D&D. It seems so far from it now. But yeah. Okay. Neat.
It's supposed to be this incredible performance of keeping an enemy moving backwards while you keep your team moving forward. And there's a lot of historical reference for this. That's a real thing that happened and still does happen sometimes.
Respect doesn't make history. Toss a coin to your witcher, O Valley of Plenty.
But with that being said, using that idea of a character who has the ability to communicate that to your teammates, this inspiring, forceful message to keep them pushing forward, and exploring a character who wants to perform that way is really fascinating. Because the idea of somebody who goes into a battle and their only goal is to continue to keep their side inspired and inspire fear in the enemy is really something you want to ask about. Why are they like that? Why do they want to do that? How did they begin to learn to do this?
I'm thinking of like tactically how that works, and it's very interesting because like you see the bard going around and like using spells to keep them, like use what is it? What's the
buff and debuff?
Well, buff and debuff, but I'm thinking of what the specific ones are, like the one that makes it so you have to move away from the spellcaster because they're frightened. Fuck. Wow, I can't remember what it's called. Shit. Wow. Okay. Well, my useless information brain has failed me, but I remember there being a spell like that, where you can set them into situations where they are, better for your allies to kind of get them. And then also using like environments to try to make it so that like they keep having to retreat and such. It's just an interesting thought of the battlefield where one person is just going about and trying to change it,
Mm-hmm. And well, like it makes sense. So like it makes sense to have a character that like is just like, yeah, I'm just going to buff my side and not be where people are swinging sharp weapons.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, like literally in literally any game I play one of two types of characters. The first is hyper fucking mobile.
Mm.
The ground is dirty and filthy, and I will never fucking touch it.
Yes.
Or be Boris and be like in a quantum superposition of where they are at all times and have ADHD, but like for where you are in a 50-foot radius. The second option is one who exists to buff others.
Yeah, exactly.
For instance, my paladin in my most recent D&D campaign, who gave everyone like, you know, the charisma bonus to like their saving throws. And the DM gave me the option of you can either hold concentration on 2 spells at once, or you can get something that will boost your charisma past 5.
Oh.
And I was like, give me that! And he's like, alright, it boosts your charisma to 7. And I'm like, cool! And then I immediately started, like, hardlining, getting equipment that would make my aura better. And towards the end of the campaign, I had it to within sight. If I could see you, you got a flat +7 onto every. Oh, sorry.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm gesturing too.
Yes, that's fine.
You got. If I could see you, you got a flat +7 onto every single saving throw. God damn it!
Yeah.
And then we fought dragons.
Yeah.
And trivialized most of their DCs.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair. But yeah, and then like you're saying, going into the background of the character themselves, like what kind of culture they came up from, where this is how they got to this point, like they are part of this quote unquote college, where like I know D&D has like the colleges are the subclasses, and the general thought is like, oh, they went to school for this, right? But it's less of that and more of just a way to kind of have that kind of differentiation, where this is something they've studied in a way, but having that character go to perhaps they were part of a more Viking kind of culture, where the like death before dishonor in a way of like going all out, always taking ground, never giving it up, and all that kind of stuff. I guess it's more of a berserker culture than specifically Viking, which they had berserkers, but not. I assume they also did tactics and such. Side note, just made me realize I watched the first season of Vikings. I had a great time. I had a great time with that first season. I should watch more of it.
I also had a great time in the first season of Vikings.
Yeah, that was a really fun time.
I got like halfway through season 2 and just kind of like
trailed off,
stopped it, and never like. It's not like there is anything particularly bad from what I remember. I just kind of
Yeah, I honestly got like 2 or 3 episodes into it, and then I haven't watched it again for a little while, just because it hasn't been like something that I've wanted to watch. Anyway, there's your recommendation there. If you want to watch the first season of Vikings, it was very good as far as I remember. I thought the characters were very, very compelling, and things made sense, and that was really what I liked. This was after watching a bit of One Piece and fucking exploding Oh my god.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Dude,
I have tried watching Cyberpunk and not Cyberpunk. Sorry, I'm typing Cyberpunk.
That's fine. Yeah.
I've tried watching One Piece 3 times, and each time I make it 200 episodes farther in, and then I can't.
Dude, I literally I posted this on Twitter and I got people talking to me. It was funny. Thankfully nobody nobody was like mean or anything, and I was trying to be as like not mean as possible when just saying it sucks. I have so much to say about how they've destroyed the stakes in the fucking restaurant on the sea arc, whatever the fuck that is. Oh my god, it sucks. It's so bad. I hate it. The only character that's good from what I saw is Zoro. Zoro is the only one that I'm like, oh, dude, yeah, you want to be a great swordsman? Yeah, let's do it. And like, he doesn't do anything like super stupid. So I'm like, yeah, I can follow you. Anyway.
Real quick, what font size do you use on TableTalk?
Oh, dude. So I use the logo. The font size. I don't. It depends on.
I will make something that I guess will be readable.
Yeah. Let me look at the current one. I know we've gone off track, but I got thinking about.
I think 90 should work.
Yeah. Do you want the like episode font or the like title that I usually put on there font?
Like the title.
Okay, the title is 112 for this one.
112.
Yeah, because that fit a bit. Anyway.
Okay.
So yeah, One Piece sucks. Don't at me. No, I would love to talk about it. But anyway. I assume I can't link it, but the channel Awesome Wiki is telling me Spoonie's name did actually originate from the Final Fantasy reference. Sure.
How does it feel to be wrong, Alejo?
I feels good. I'm glad to be proven wrong. Important to note, the article states the game's name as Final Fantasy II, which was the North American localization name for Final Fantasy IV. Ah, yeah, there you go. And now to pay attention to this video. Norse people passed down their culture through oral tradition, so poets were actually a big deal in their society. Yes, that's true. I binged like 700 episodes of One Piece. It gets better. Dude, if anybody gives me the argument of you need to watch 100 fucking episodes before you can enjoy One Piece or any fucking show, right? You need to watch certain, like, if it's not like 3, right? I have time that I need to manage. And like, I'm not trying to, bash on anybody for liking it. I see why people like One Piece. I really do. I get it. But it's terribly written for what I have seen, with the ripples that I have seen of how things just don't matter. Guns don't matter. Like, literally guns are fired into a crowd of fucking people that are just normal people, and they live just fine. And I'm like, and they fight right after. Like, and I'm like, okay. Wow.
The guns are there as like a semi-deterrent. It's like it's like an airsoft gun. It's like if the riot police had an airsoft gun.
If it was only that it applied to Luffy and that's it, I'd be like, okay, that's fine, because that makes sense. He's Rubber Man, right? He's made of rubber, and bullets would go and bounce off him. Sure, I don't care. That's fine. Except sometimes they don't, because sometimes they're made specifically so that they pierce, even though most of them would pierce. So
by virtue of what they are.
Yes. So, and also, the guy in that arc, is an idiot and just doesn't keep shooting. And, I could be here all day. Well, let's move on from this now quickly with haste.
No. I'm here for it.
Dude, I would love to. You don't even understand how much I would love to just rip into that fucking arc. I would pull it up and give you fucking examples and such, and show you like he literally kicks a blade, and I'm like, I thought, and it breaks. And I'm like, okay, so first off, you're powerful enough to destroy blades. How are blades ever going to be an issue now? I thought that was supposed to be one of your things where you can get cut. That's a thing. If you can just break a blade with your fucking foot with a sandal on, like, what the fuck am I supposed to think here?
No,
anyway,
he's super strong though.
Shut the fuck up.
No, but the fruit made him strong.
No, the fruit, I don't care. I don't care. He's an idiot who doesn't, he doesn't think to stretch his arms out to catch himself when he's in a tiny net that is made of steel, even though he stretched his arms and legs out, and then he fucking,
I don't think you understand how he's super strong, though. It's worrying to me how you don't understand.
I understand that he's super strong. He punches, like, I'm fine with him being super strong to a point, right? But there should be some drawbacks. Like, he can just take explosions, and they tell me. They tell me specifically.
Except for when it's plot relevant.
Right. So they tell me specifically, oh, he's doing bad. And I'm looking at him, and he's doing better than he was before he took explosions. And I'm like, brother, you can show me these things, and you can tell me a different thing, but I'm not gonna fucking... Anyway.
But it's to, like... to Sanji or Zoro, like, or Chopper.
Yep.
Did you get to where Chopper was?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I got to almost through the Arlong Park, and goddamn, that made me also have a conniption, but less so.
Yeah,
but
that
less so,
park is
honestly.
Kind of rough. Like, there have been parks where I look back on arc. There have been arcs where I just look back on it, I'm like, that arc is problematic. It's like, that killed a run-through of it the first time.
It should, because it just, Anyway, it's the hockey... Hockey? What's the hockey?
Hockey!
I don't know what that is. Sometimes plot armor is turned off. Dude, it shouldn't be there in the first place. We can make a story without it. Like, if we just stick to the fucking rules you've established. You know what the best episode was? It was episode, I think, 13. It was what I had just seen, like, for a moment, because I was leaving for work that day, and my roommate was just asleep on the couch, and I had woken up too early. And he was just asleep on the couch, and he woke up, and he was like, because his One Piece was just playing. And this is the only reason why I watched One Piece. Because that night we watched that fucking arc, and I wanted to die. But before that morning, I watched the one episode where they go to a fucking island, and the island is guarded by this guy who's scaring people off because he's stuck inside of a chest, right? Which I'm like, okay, fuck it, anime bullshit. Yeah, fucking anime bullshit. He's stuck in a chest. That's fine. He's just kind of stupid for never trying to break it, I guess. And letting it conform to his body so much that if you break it, he'll die. But I'll look past that. That's fine. Fuck it. Then he shows off all the animals that are fucking weird on that island, and I was like, this is the greatest thing ever. Because there was a Winnie the Pooh fucking looking giraffe baby man. And it was
horse.
It was just like, it was crazy, and I was like, this is just, and it had nothing to do with anything. They just went there for a second and then they left, and I was like, this is great. I love this. It was filler. I liked the filler because it made sense. Anyway. But the tiny net is the ultimate weapon. It's a net and it's tiny. That's true. Yeah. I didn't consider that. It's not that tiny, to be fair. It's as big as a man. It can hold a man inside. But fuck me. The guy just pulls this out last minute, as well as... Oh, it's got that trope of fucking... I'm going to use my ultimate weapon at the end as well. And also, he pulls out, like, 3 other weapons after that, and I'm like, okay.
Dude, man. Please continue the series until you get to hockey.
Hockey is, is that what Mog is talking about?
Yeah, so hockey is okay, so it's been a while since I've watched One Piece. So
Sure.
Disclaimer, first of
Okay.
all. Secondly, even when I got to it, hockey was still first being like discovered.
Okay.
But even when I was watching it, I'm like, this is fucking stupid.
Sure.
It's kind of like, so a way of imposing your will upon the universe, I guess.
Sure. Okay.
So it's like you have the Emperor's hockey, in which Luffy has, and it's he can stare really, really strong. He can stare really strong and intimidate everyone around him, and like, you know, the whole gravity effect, like
the Dragon Ball Z kind of thing.
Deep black vertical lines.
Yep.
Like, imagine that, and everyone falls asleep.
Oh, that's really useful. Does he use it all the time? Well, that's incredibly powerful. Holy shit.
Or at least in where I was, he did. I don't know if he continues using it all the time.
Good, because if he didn't, I'd be like, why the fuck aren't you using that literally all the time?
Yeah, it's just they were like, we need Luffy to have an I win button.
Oh yeah, no, that's the thing, right? I found that the more shonen I watch, the more I'm like, oh god, I just can't, because they always rely on the power creep. Like, there's always something more, and I'm like, okay.
But could he beat Goku?
Oh, dude, I don't care. I don't want to talk about fucking... I was talking to my roommate, because he likes Dragon Ball as well, and like he also admits, like, oh, it's bad now, and I'm just here to watch it burn, like watch if it ends, and I'm like, yeah, that's fair. But like, yeah, it's the same fucking problem. Anyway, it's like how Monk's Ki works in a way. It's force of will. Fair enough. I don't. I'm tired now. I'll admit, I'm like Boo. One Piece's art style puts me off too much to watch it. That's fair. It should. It's a little weird. I saw some hands that made me go. You know, it was great. The art style isn't my cup of tea either. I like Bleach's style. Bleach's style looks good. From what I haven't watched Bleach, but I watched a retrospective on it, and man, that also does the same thing of like power creep. And I'm like, okay, that's the thing. All shonen that I have seen,
Naruto, like, yeah, it all does it.
It was the shonen fucking Jump stuff, right? Like all that kind of stuff. Anyway, this frame that we have been paused on has been perfect. Of like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? You thought we were talking. Anyway, I have to go get my roommate. So we'll continue more of this in about 20 minutes. So everybody go take a bathroom break. Go take go get a cup of tea or something. I don't know. Do whatever you want. I'm not your dad.
I'm going to continue making our thumbnail for next week.
Okay. Would you like to do that in silence, or would you like to talk to the chat?
I will occasionally like cast my eye towards the chat and like talk to people.
Okay.
I'm literally going to be quiet unless if chat talks to me.
Okay.
But if chat is talkative, then I shall respond.
All right. I'll put on the jazz quietly so that it doesn't overpower you. And then I will leave. And I will be listening.
Oh god.
Yes.
Oh god, how do I make a new layer in GIMP?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Create a new layer.
I was gonna say it's very easy. All right.
Okay. And then
I will be
do this and post it to the layer, maybe.
I will be back shortly. Hopefully.
You don't understand. I only use GIMP to shitpost. Yeah, no, like Mog. I could feel that it was gonna be super power creepy, and I was like not really giving a shit when I did watch it. And then I just kind of like fell off it for whatever reason, and then I was like, I can't care about the power creep. Like, I don't care to catch back up. Or I don't think I was ever current. There's that. Oh. Anchor layer, delete layer, choose layer. How do I just drag it down? I need to just drag it down. Shonen is. Oh yeah, no, like I understand why you try to always increase the stakes, always try to I understand why power creep is implemented. I just find it very aggressive. What's a good example of an anime that doesn't? What was his name? Oh, there's some action anime. It was you gained powers from sort of a star that was linked to you, and I can only describe the main character as Batman but with electricity powers. In fact, I'm sure if I look up Batman with electricity anime, nope, does not show up. Oh, Darker Than Black. It does show up. Literally. So here's a problem with the industry as a whole, I guess. Is I think power creep is it's not necessarily inevitable, but it is a long-running anime series lends itself to power creep. And I think that by just having shorter series, a shorter story, can help you to avoid power creep. And I understand that having shorter stories is not the most profitable, but Seven Deadly Sins, yeah, everyone. So I never finished season 2 of Seven Deadly Sins. I watched season 1 and I think 3 episodes of season 2, and everyone was still more or less around the same level. Hello, Timothy Martin. Welcome. Unless if you've been here for a while, in which case I am very sorry. Old shonen anime probably just went on too long. Yeah, no, definitely. It's the big 3, Naruto, Bleach, and Dragon Ball. Is just a given that there's always going to be a new chapter out, and it just kind of got blech. That is Mog. You said he had huge smarts to be more powerful. His power was intellect. One of the very interesting things about JoJo is even though this series does have power creep to some like level, a lot of stand battles are literally just like who is better at like outthinking your opponent. And it like made things far more enjoyable. Oh god. Sorry, I'm also doing GIMP while like talking to you guys. Where the fuck is the eraser? Are you the eraser? You are the eraser. Thank God. Okay. Just got here. Just want to make the live show. Welcome to the live show. Unfortunately, you caught us at like a bit of an off moment because Alejo is gone, and also I am distracted, but he's listening to the stream. He's with us in spirit. He doesn't trust me with you guys, apparently. But I am making, no? Okay, cool. There we go. I am making a logo for, next week, probably? I'll do that. Yeah, Dad is still supervising. It's like, you know, going on the trampoline as a kid, you're like, oh, I'm gonna have fun, but it's like, you look through the window and like you see like a parent like staring out, just waiting for the slightest misstep, and you go, oh no, they didn't leave us alone at all. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but like that always kind of killed the fun for me. I am here and I would never. God damn it. The music is nice. I do not hear the music. I could get some music going, but I guarantee you it wouldn't be jazz. It would be expressly, I think metal. And I also don't think it'd be royalty free, because it would just be Spotify. So at my game store, they have some 4E books on sale. So just buy a few for $5 each. Hell yeah! Are they like... So I've never even once taken a peek at any 4E material. Is like it decent thus far? Felt a little dirty. It's forbidden. I hope you locked the doors before you opened up that player's handbook, Mog. You know, I probably should at some point touch 4E a little bit, just to see. Considering they've got child me on bouncy things, aerial combat would inevitably ensue. Hell yeah. My parents probably would have been right to keep an eye out through the window. Oh, dude, no, same. Like, Okay, so story time. When I was very young, I had, like, a bow and a few arrows. and because we lived on like a bit of a hill. And when I got the bow and arrows, my dad sort of looked me square in the eye and had a moment where I could tell he was being 100% serious, where he goes, "Okay, Aiden, now when you fire your bow, always fire it away from the house." And he got me like a hay bale that I could use for target practice. And like when I just had some time to kill, like I'd go out and like shoot a few arrows at it. And I was never good at it. Because I was a dumb little kid and didn't understand actual archery. But anyway, this like went on for like about a month or so, until one fateful day when I fired an arrow at the hay bale and I missed, and it went past the hay bale down the hill that we lived on. And I walked past the hay bale, I picked up the arrow, I turned around 180 degrees and I fired uphill towards the hay bale and my house. And what do you know? What do you know? I missed the hay bale again. And instantly, as soon as the arrow went past the hay bale and continued soaring up towards the house, my father's like warning of just don't fire the arrows toward the house replayed in my little brain, and I went, haha, oh no. And it went through the siding of the house. And I instantly knew that I was in big trouble. And when faced with trouble of a certain caliber, young me, like, sort of almost goes through, almost like, a dip where, like, I'm very likely to try to conceal things. I'm very likely to admit to trouble if I don't think I'm going to get in a lot of trouble, just because it's whatever, who cares? There's like a middle ground of trouble where I'm like, I would probably get in a decent amount of trouble if they found out, so I would never tell my parents. But then if I suspect that I would get in really bad trouble, I would just tell my parents immediately, because it's not worth the, like, hiding a hole in the house is going to be difficult, and I'm going to get asked about it, and I'm going to get asked, why didn't you tell us? So I ran up, and I told my mom immediately, and my mother goes, you what? Looks past her shoulder, sees the arrow sticking out of the house, does like a quick calculation, and like we look, and it is like we open up the cupboards underneath the kitchen sink, and there is an arrow like poking through, and we're like, okay, well, and I did get in trouble, but not like that bad of trouble, because I immediately told my parents. And also, like, where it was, like, underneath the kitchen sink, totally missed any and all, like, piping. And it was also kind of, like, a semi-easy fix. So I did not get into much trouble that day. I got in I surely got in trouble. I just don't remember specifically what the punishment was, if there was any. Maybe I was grounded for like a couple weekends. I don't remember. Hoping to cover more for you in future. I love... Timothy Martin. My favorite band, it kind of swaps over from time to time. However, consistently a top scorer of mine has been Unleash the Archers. If you are... unfamiliar with Unleash the Archers, I heavily recommend you look up the video of Awakening. It is a really good music video. Additionally, somewhat newer to me, as in like within the past few months, has been Dance Gavin Dance. And I'm also a big fan of Sabaton, Beast in Black. Iron Maiden was like formative for me. Electric Callboy, I like a lot of. Let's see, scrolling through. Animals as Leaders, Ghost, very much like Ghost. Avenged Sevenfold, Demon Hunter and The Devil Wears Prada, I listened to like back in high school, but I still have a soft spot for. Opeth, Mastodon and Gojira are big ones. Megadeth. It was 75% Hasbro made 4E bad because of their actions. Yeah, because they were trying to milk it for every dollar that they could, as long as no one was injured. Yeah, like, my mother was inside the house when I fired the arrow through the house, and she would have been right by the kitchen when the arrow came through, and I don't think she ever even heard it. Yeah, Timothy, I would probably do the same thing, but, that's just because I have no faith in myself. Like, definitely there is the fact that I have fired an arrow through my childhood home. Like, that kind of, like, gives you a little bit of a oh shit, that, like, kind of lasts forever. And that permanent little bit of scarring, I guess. Not because, like, I got in trouble or anything. Because, again, I don't even remember getting in trouble afterward. But just because, that could have been very bad. Let's Google for eavesdropping. All I did was put Unleash. Hell yeah. Though, Mog, like, I understand Google's listening in on you, but, like, if it's listening in on Unleash the Archers, hell yeah. Let's see. Pentakill. I really like Pentakill. The good ones. Powerwolf. I've fully embraced our AI overlord. Dude, Google could rule us better than any politician. Slipknot. Symphony X. Disturbed. I think that's cool. Morbid Angel. I haven't heard of neither of those bands, but I will for sure check them out because I'm looking for new listening material. Bodo. And what was the other one? Morbid Angel. Cool. I recently, I think it was last night, heard a song with an amazing sounding breakdown. It was Circle of Serpents by Extortionist. And I'm not the biggest fan of like most of their material, but like Circle of Serpents is good.
Hello.
Hello.
I return now with food, a drink, and I heard about your almost destroying your house with all of the arrows.
I multi-classed into Ranger.
Oh, what a horrible choice.
Yeah. Still looking for a respect token.
Fair. You know what? That's very fair. I heard you guys talking about metal as well. And it made me realize that I should listen to a lot more metal, because I haven't been. Because I really like metal. Ow! And, I don't take the time to, like, find things. Hello, Timothy, by the way.
Oh, what was that band? Oh, I sent it to you a while back. It's, I Wish You'd Open Your Wings and Take Me Inside.
Yeah. I just need to take the time to, like, listen to music. I'm doing things, you know, and
by very virtue of the nature of what I do for work, I spend a lot of time just sitting down watching Membrane go by.
Yeah.
So I listen to a lot of music, and I've sort of gotten sick of music. So I downloaded Audible. I have listened to approximately 1 shit ton of Halo books.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And so I love Halo books in general. I literally read The Flood like 3 times. Brought it with me moving across the country because I like it so much, and then listened to it again on Audible recently.
Nice.
And today, as a matter of fact, I downloaded Game of Thrones.
Oh yeah, I hear it's good.
I'm just going to go through the A Song of Ice and Fire series.
I either listen to podcasts, or I listen to audiobooks, or I listen to like reviews and stuff. I barely listen to music now because I don't know, it's just what I listen to when I drive. Like that's when I listen to music, right?
I listen to podcasts when I drive and audiobooks when I am like at work.
Yeah.
And music is what I like listen to when I'm like on the bus on the way to work or home.
Yeah. And now podcasts, like all that stuff is now going over to when I drive. If I'm like not with somebody else in my car, I'm usually listening to something else that's not music most of the time. Music has taken a backseat for me, unfortunately, and it really shouldn't, because good stuff.
It's kind of comes and goes in waves for me.
That's fair. Yeah. I guess let's get back to the topic at hand, huh? Now that we've had a very nice detour, let's go to
One Piece.
No. I really oh god. Oh, it makes me so mad. Okay. So
real quick, what was the size of the thing again? It was 720 by
1280 by 720.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So last we were talking or listening to bards have cool things, right? And we should take advantage of them more. Apologies if I sound a little strange, as I am eating while we were doing this, because I'm very, very hungry.
I would like to know what you are eating.
I am eating some hash browns and some curly fries.
Good choice.
Yeah,
that's a lot of potato.
It is. It is a lot of potato. I'm not healthy. So... Anyway.
Because honestly, despite the fact that a lot of people denote the bard as a coward and kind of assume that it's going to be that way,
What? Whoa. Wait, we
Mm.
just slipped that in there.
Okay, so I know I said that, like, oh, I buff the front line.
Yeah.
But, like, that doesn't mean they're cowardly.
Mm-mm. So, the way that I play Nados is careful, not cowardly. Because he knows that he's not going to last if he's in a one-on-one fight, right? I guess let's get the full context of this, because that's just strange to hear now.
How did they begin to learn to do this? Because honestly, despite the fact that a lot of people denote the bard as a coward and kind of assume that it's going to be that way, you have to be the bravest motherfucker on the whole battlefield to be the one to go into a battle.
Okay, so this is in reference to having the College of Valor. Excuse me, Valor. Wow, apparently my V's are B's, and that's not a thing that I do. There's a thing anyway. In comparison to being a regular bard, quote unquote, where you are a coward, that's just a weird thing to say. I've never thought of bards as cowards. I've thought of them as
Typically never. I've never thought of any class as cowardly.
Yeah, exactly. I don't.
Typically, the way that adventurers are is they're all kind of freaks.
Yeah.
If you could your character is going to be a coward, like, you can just make them a that no matter their class.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
You can make a cowardly barbarian.
Mm-hmm. Very much could. Bards are not scared of anything. Never seen them as cowards or seen one RP'd as one. Yeah, I would never associate that with cowardly, because they're charismatic most of the time, in one way or another. Now, does that mean they can't be cowardly and charismatic? No, that doesn't mean that at all. But most people don't, because of the way that D&D is, and at least this is an assumption on my part, but most people don't play somebody that is cowardly unless they want to do something interesting with the character. Most people play a hero, and the hero archetype is they are not a coward. Because that's how D&D is, right? It's mostly a hero game. Or a heroic game, depending on the campaign. Very strange. True, if you fight monsters, coward is not ideal. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, that's the thing. You can still do it. Like, there are examples in a lot of, like, media
Real
and
quick,
such.
what is next week's episode? 122?
Yes, 122.
122.
Yes.
I think it.
You can, like, Bilbo starts out as a coward, right? In The Hobbit, he's more cowardly because he doesn't want to be a part of the adventure, and, like, it's a bunch of things that he's not experienced and stuff, and you can grow from there, right? He's not a bard necessarily, don't get me wrong here, but you can have that character trait be in your story or as a character in that game. Usually it goes somewhere, or they still are able to do things even though they are afraid, because especially in D&D, because most of the time you don't want to die, most of the time. So I don't know, seen a lot of manipulative ones. Yeah, like, that's exactly what my bard is. Nados is manipulative. He's literally using orphans as a spy network. That is a thing that he is doing, because they need money and they need to live, and also they know the city very well. Like, they.
Real quick, also, what is the font that you typically use? Arial?
Clarissa, specifically.
Clarissa.
Yes, it's one you'd have to go find and download.
Yeah,
It's a free one.
so is Cyberpunk. I didn't know I was volunteering to download fucking spyware.
Hey man, you wanted to do
internet.
I'm gonna make
Yeah,
you download Spyware.
starting to get filled with self-doubt again.
Good. I've got to keep you in your place. Have you ever read the Hobbit books? The dwarves and Gandalf are jerks to Bilbo. Yes, that's true.
I highly doubt that you use Clarissa.
No, I do. It's called Clarissa. It's K. It starts with a K.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's not. That's
as like you use that?
no. That's
Okay.
Clarissa. No, I'm talking about Clarissa. God.
Oh,
Idiot.
sorry. My bad. Sorry. Okay.
It's what I use for the font for the dice and such. Because that's our font now. Because it's free for use commercially.
Install.
Okay.
Now I gotta install another fucking virus.
Well, everybody else is charging forward with weapons and magic, and yes, you do have magic, I get that, but you're the one who's playing music.
Man, I feel like this is gonna just immediately get us something, like a copyright claim. Fuck me. Like, how did you do this? Why did you do this? I understand.
I can't believe you've done this.
I understand cutaway gags and stuff, but man, this is going on way too long. First off, for Disney, God, be careful, my man. Yeesh.
What's the matter? The mouse owns us all.
True. It would be good to be a coward for a challenge, I guess. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. I like the idea of playing a coward, but you do things like you could be a coward, but you could be a rogue, like, and get in there and get out. Like, that's your style of play, right? Like, it makes sense. You can be manipulative, and you could be a backstabber. Like, it's ripe for possibilities. But you know, the House of Mouse don't joke around. Not as bad as the Mario Mafia, though. They're both pretty bad. You're right. Anyway.
So I actually, the character for the next campaign, I don't know if I still don't know where exactly my character will wind up. So, things may change, but the way I'm imagining him now is he doesn't really want to hurt people.
Yeah.
And will be not quite pacifist, but like fucking getting there.
Yeah.
And I'm still trying to figure out where he lies. Because literally, recently the DM gave us each like a 22 question questionnaire.
Ooh.
Of like sort of stuff about our characters, like does your character have any family? Do they have someone that maybe like they've expected to hear from and it's been weird that they've not heard from them for a bit? What would be your character's BBEG? And I'm like, literally answered that question, and I'm like, Gregor doesn't really want to hurt people. He wants to see people having a good time.
Yeah.
So, the principal of the school? I guess?
Yeah, there you go.
But, like, even so, like, it's not like he's going to want to stab them. He's going to, like, want to see the principal, like, take off tie and necktie around their forehead, or like put a lampshade on and doing fucking shots.
Yeah.
So like I also considering when combat inevitably breaks out, what am I going to do? Because my character is going to be like dodging like a knife going past his ear, be like, whoa, hey, easy, man. That's not really a swinging that around. That's not a vibe. So like I can understand his whole like pacifist-esque thing. I think he's going for with the bard, but like I still intend on having him be active contributor to the party.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's really important for you to still be a part of the party, no matter what you play.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's kind of the point.
Like,
right?
literally, one of this character's main quote-unquote weapons is going to be, like, a grenade that he can, like, throw at the ground, like, at his feet on the ground, and everyone in a, like, say, I don't know, 30-foot radius gets, like, blackout fucking drunk.
Yeah.
You're the one who's letting everybody else do things, and you are still literally drawing attention to yourself by being the loudest person in the entire battle, and also making it very clear that you are the one that is keeping everybody together and keeping them pushing forward.
So we're 4 minutes into this 8-minute video, by the way. And he's spent a lot of time on this class. I hope he spends a lot of time on the rest of the subclasses for examples of like how they would act, I guess. But I think this one is his favorite so far. I think that's a safe assumption. He seems very animated about it, at least.
We're putting a target on your back and playing music at the same time.
Poppy, we got a situation here.
And that creates a fascinating idea of why is the character like that? Why has your character decided to take up this mantle? What creates that boldness in them? Maybe they are genuinely a coward, and this is the only way that they have found to be able to express themselves and be brave. Or maybe
there you go. Like, you've already... Whoa. Yeah, that's good. But, like, why are we assuming that all bards are cowards except for this like, what is that? I'm still confused.
They are somebody who truly believes in their teammates to the point where that music, that inspiration that they're giving is not just part of the battle. They truly, genuinely believe in their teammates that much that it pushes them forward, making them a genuine linchpin of the party. Or let's talk about College of Lore. College of Lore is fascinating because it's not like a lot of the other colleges where it doesn't have a specific type of performance, but that doesn't mean that it's missing one. Instead of talking about music in the battlefield, or instead of talking about sword play or anything like that, the College of Lore performs through the act of history. They learn...
Oh no. He's found him. He's found my character. Shit.
History, they understand it, and they help communicate it to others. And weirdly enough, one of the best examples I've seen of a College of Lore is Iroh from Avatar: The Last Airbender. And I know that sounds a little bit weird, but think about it. He is one of the most powerful firebenders in the whole show, and why? Because he learns from the other different types of civilizations in the world. He doesn't just learn from...
Is that why?
I don't.
I don't know if you can make that claim.
Monks can do that too.
Yeah.
Monks can go to neighboring schools.
Yeah, he is like, this is such a weird, because again, like you're saying, like, I would go for monk first. I don't know why. What? What? The clips in this guy's video is falling flat for me. Oh, me too. Don't worry. You're not the only one. Problem solved. You're not a coward for being a band kid. You're the bedrock of the party by playing jams, giving no Fs, and jamming out. That's right.
Hell yeah.
That's true. But yeah, I don't think that Iroh is the most powerful because he knows about all this. I think it's because he has a lot of, like, control. And he
also
has a lot of experience.
The way that bending in particular is, like, a certain amount of it does just come down to natural talent.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
And most of the royal family, the reason, like, that they got to be the royal family
is they're fucking great at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't... Very strange example. I don't know why you did that. I mean, I know why you did that, but it doesn't fit.
Like, The reason Azula or Azul, yeah, it is Azula. I'm thinking of something from Elder Scrolls, I think. The reason Azula is powerful is not the reason that Toph is powerful.
Exactly.
Toph is a freak of nature.
Yes.
Azula, A, had really good teachers. B, she's also naturally just kind of really fucking good at what she does.
And she also, like, doesn't care, so she'll go past, like, the point of her limits.
Yeah, there's a certain unhinged point that, like, plays into it.
Very strange. Anyway.
From the Fire Nation, and so he learns to redirect lightning by watching waterbending.
Waterbenders deal with the flow of energy. A waterbender lets their defense become their offense. I learned a way to do this with lightning.
You can teach me to
Okay,
redirect
so
lightning?
okay, thank you. I needed that for the example. You're right. But again, the monk comparison is more apt. So I don't. Anyway.
I mean, in fairness, there isn't an example of no, because wizards exist.
Yeah.
I was going to say there isn't an example of a class using specifically learning.
Yeah.
And then I remembered that wizards and arcane tricksters exist. College of Lore Bard.
Yeah.
And like
learning is not a new concept, is what we've learned today. I imagine all bards being like Deathlock from Metalocalypse. Everyone just goes insane when the bard plays and kills for the bard master while the bard is oblivious. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ira is my favorite in that show. Yeah, that's fair enough. He is great.
There is what's the song that he plays for his dead son?
Oh god.
At Ba Sing Se.
Yeah.
There's like a version of that song with like clips of like it's like clips of like the like what was it? I think it was like the kid growing up or something, and then like a clip of just the grave on the hillside.
Yeah.
And I am not ashamed to admit I fully bawled when I saw that video, and I was like, F you.
That's absolutely fair. Yeah. That song is a tear-wrencher, yeah.
And he learned.
By the way, I just want it to be known that I'm my ad that's on Watch Together right now is One Piece. I will show her. It is a One Piece fucking ad. It is on the screen right now. Jeez. Ugh. Anyway.
Learns the ability to block bolts of fire by watching earthbenders. He learns from everybody else and inputs it into what he does, and that is exactly what the College of Lore does.
It is important to draw wisdom from many different places.
Yes.
If we take it from only one place, it becomes rigid and stale. Understanding others will help you become whole.
The College of Lore looks at everything else in the world and they learn from it. That's why they get more magical secrets and they get proficiencies. They gain the ability to do this kind of stuff, and then they eventually even gain the ability to use their inspiration on themselves or in different scenarios other bards ordinarily wouldn't, because they learned. Their performance is looking at the world and reenacting.
I was fine until he said because they learned, and I'm like, ooh, wizards want to have a word with you.
Yeah, again, it's very interesting, this. Like, yes, this is how they work.
Like, a College of Lore Bard is a fantastic example of an undergrad in college. You learn a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
And you go, wow, how getting a general knowledge of like a ton of stuff is nice. And then you have wizards who are the grad students who have like a particular, like, they've gone through, they've done their learning on everything. They have like a couple like illusion spells, a couple necromancy, but like that's an evocation wizard.
I got distracted just in time for the Avatar talk, which is upsetting. I'm sorry, Lux.
It and changing it to fit the current situation and help them out. Their performance is knowledge. But with all of those examples aside, the point that I'm trying to make is the Bard is a great example of interacting with the world through the medium of performance and exploring what that means to your character and what it's about.
Yeah,
I think
it is. Yes, that is fair.
That's fair.
That is absolutely fair. That is the main reason why I want to play a Bard is because I have that access to like the world in a different way than other characters, right? A Bard.
It can also be a great opportunity for you to like, if creating a character in D&D isn't enough of a creative outlet, you can go like, let's like dial this up to 11 and play like a Bard.
Yeah, exactly. It also is really cool to allow like your DM to show off a bit more of the world building that they've done as well. Because the Bard can fucking go like, dude, I know this shit. This is crazy because I've been around. Or they get like legend lore or whatever it is, right? That's a spell that just makes you spout out what the fuck the ancient thing is and what it does and all that. Which can also do that.
Literally, I got a new player added to my campaign. And I have him added on Discord, and what I was doing before this podcast was I was like typing out I was giving him the skinny on the entire world. And I'm like, man, like I had forgotten how great this is of like just kind of making a world simply so that you can like drop it into players' lap and point at it and be like, look at this!
Yeah.
Look at what I made!
Exactly, yeah. Inspire through underwater basket weaving. Summon an orb of water. Jump in and amaze. Playing would be nice, I would not want to kill the ears of the table with my singing. Well, yeah, you don't have to do that, obviously, right? Literally had someone do a thing, it was great. Oh, do that thing of doing the summon an orb of water and stuff? Yeah. That's pretty great, actually. They literally just summon orbs of water, jump in to do underwater basket weaving to inspire people. That's kind of fucking awesome.
Performance is something that sadly goes lacking because a lot of people just assume the Bard is just about music, which they can be. That's okay. But you have to ask yourself, why does somebody want to use that as a medium? I mean, yes, you can gain magic from it in D&D, and that does add a little bit of a weird situation to it. But you could also go learn to be a wizard, or you could go make a pact as a warlock, yada, yada, yada. The idea of interacting with magic through performance is something someone would only do if they were deeply passionate about their performance.
That I agree with, because, like, Bards are unique in that aspect, and I think he's right overall that you should reflect that in some way, because otherwise you're just a discount, like, sorcerer or wizard, if you don't make it your own thing, being a bard. Not that you have to, obviously, right? Like, but it is something that can spice it up, right, for you. And, yeah, I don't know. Bards are one of those things that, the meme's a thing, and they sometimes, at least from what I remember, this isn't a thing that I've witnessed a lot, though, so it might have passed, but what I remember is that bards were, like, just the thing you didn't want to play. Like, it wasn't a thing that you wanted to be in D&D. It used to be, at least, I think, but, you want to know what propagated that was the pile of dead bards from that one video that I don't remember what the fuck it is. But it was like a D&D fight, and this bard kept making bards, and they would pile up and keep dying, and they became a wall that they could take cover behind.
I think I vaguely remember that.
Yeah, we witnessed this in college. I remember this being shown to us. But it gave me that impression of like, oh yeah, bards are kind of useless, right? But they're not. You shouldn't think so. They're really cool, you know? Bards are good. Forgot to put the word bard in. I typed too fast sometimes. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, no, you're good. I think a bard would be nice. Yeah, I got you. No worries.
And I think skipping over that part misses a lot of the flavor and excitement that can come with playing as a bard, because your performance is your literal way of enacting control over the world. So maybe it is your character's only defense. Maybe you're a college of lore and history and books were the only thing that kept you safe and sane in a very harsh childhood. Or maybe your college of swords and the ability to juggle swords and create that sort of performance literally was the only way you could protect yourself and feed yourself as a kid. And so you are deeply passionate about it because it lets you show the world how angry you are at it. And
I'm really surprised he didn't go into the UA thing that he brought up in the video. Like the college of the acting one. I don't remember what it was called. It was the
Sorrows?
Yeah, I think so. Something like that. It was just mentioned and not expounded upon, which I'm like, okay. It's just, you would think, right? But, whatever.
And also, it was your only form of protection from it. Performance is the core of the bard, and you do not have to focus too much on it, but I think if you do, you could find a lot of very interesting stories to tell. If you want to hear about some more class breakdowns, I have one right here. Go out into the world, make it your own.
Okay.
Hey, you know, yeah.
Harmless.
I would say harmless, but also missed out on like the existence of wizards.
Yeah. The lore thing took a weird turn. The lore thing, I was like, okay. So if we could, I don't know, go into more of a like I guess more of an example of like how that really plays out, and like I guess how it would influence you a lot more. Like, I don't know. Saying like, oh yeah, the history books and such were to get you through your rough childhood, like that's something that we can work with. But how did, I guess, the devotion then to it to make your bard into such a thing? Like, he didn't go into it as much as I thought he would, like he did with the swords. Or sorry, not the swords, Valor. Valor, he was giving you the examples of being on the battlefield and fucking yelling at people and making them run away, and then giving you historical examples and such, and like he really hyped up Valor, right? And like I was like, okay, yeah, fair enough. I mean, this is a lot of good stuff that you can use to work with, like if you want to have a College of Valor bard. The lore one, I mean, there's stuff there, and we can work off it, obviously, but it seemed, I don't know, I think it might have been the Iroh example that really threw me off, because again, he could represent quite a few things, I guess. But it's not just being a bard of lore, because I find, at least in my mind, the College of Lore, and I could look in the PHB, actually, to see what it actually says about it, but it seems more of the adventurous kind of type, in a way, where they're going out to find...
bards are cowards.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Let me actually get my PHB. It's right over here.
Real quick, Alejo, by the way,
yeah,
I made the thumbnail, and here you go.
Okay. Oh, that's pretty good. I like that. This we've done a cyberpunk one before. Well, you guys will see that next week. You didn't even put a period after the EP. Oh my god. What's wrong?
Because I'm not a heathen.
What do you mean?
Yeah. What do I mean? What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
It is considered. Sorry, it is not considered common to put a period denoting that there is an abbreviation that happened if it is a sufficiently abbreviated enough abbreviation. Like EP, like is I would say societally, yes.
It is? Oh.
I
don't
thought
pay much
so.
attention to society, I'll be honest, with how they do their abbreviations.
How they do their abbreviations.
Yeah.
So NASA would like to have a word with you.
Well, so NASA has... Oh, yeah, they don't have, do they?
They don't.
Weird.
Neither does Sonar.
True. Well, I've learned something today.
Actually,
I'll
no,
forget
you
it
have.
tomorrow.
It's going to mess with me if I continue letting you labor under this delusion.
Thank you.
NASA and Sonar are not valid examples of that type of abbreviation. Because NASA and Sonar, stuff like that, are examples of initialisms. Where it's like you take like multiple words and all cram it into being one word, whereas this is just episode into ep.
Yeah.
So
I don't know, man. I think at least for me, it seems more appropriate to have a period on the end, but it's just me, I guess. Anyway. The video's over already. Wow, okay. Overall, the video is fine. Yeah, no, it's fine. It is just fine. There's not much more that I really have for it, you know?
I feel he didn't make...
He could have gone a lot more in depth.
He just was like, hey, Bards, huh?
Yeah, really. Like, well... Again, the Valor one came from a place where I was like, oh, you really care about that. You really do. Like, I felt that. But then, and I know that's, like, not going to be for everyone. Not everybody's going to feel that. But it seemed, at least to me, that he had a lot of passion for College of Valor. But for lore, I'm like, it doesn't feel the same. It doesn't seem the same, at least. And then, I don't know, I feel like we could have had more in-depth and more subclasses that we could give examples for just to help people with this kind of thing, right? How do you do performances for College of Whispers? Do you do things in Whispers? Is that a thing? I don't know. It's like you'd have to like look at it and really think about how that works. I don't really... College of Whispers is really cool. They do some really fucked up shit when they get high level. It's awesome. I don't know. How do you represent that, right? The one that you mentioned specifically in your video as your second example, why didn't we talk about that, you know? I don't know. Is there a video you missed before you got here? No. We're gonna get to the second video, don't worry. It just took a while to get through this one. I think coming up with an example of a lore bard is hard. Most lore character representations are sages or wizard-like. You could still do the sage thing, though, right? I don't know. I'm in your camp, Alejo. Oh, for the abbreviating with the period? Thank you. Good. I'm glad I'm correct.
Or two people are wrong.
No, I only need one other person to verify so that I'm correct. That's all. Don't mean that.
No. It's just...
Did I channel the inner Twitter? Did I do it?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Furthermore, the way that my lab does things is whenever we're making something, we have two people sign off on it. One person operates, and the second person is called the verifier.
Right.
And I'm just like, when I hear you say like, oh, I just need one person to verify what I say, yeah. Because I went, that's literally how we do things at work.
Ah, it's proven. So I wanna take a moment here. Oh, though it's not really a D&D paradigm, I would probably think of a Norse poet as a lore bard. Yeah, anything with like passing on knowledge is pretty good for that. Like Norse poets, and you can think of early man where everything was orally passed down, right? Um, there's a lot of good ways that you could probably go, um, to figure it out, but I don't know.
Dude, you can have a College of Lore bard that they're actually less so like a quote unquote bard.
Yeah.
Like I went to music school,
Yeah,
and more like writing things down on paper is risky because like that's how the god of knowledge gets, or at least in my world, that's how the god of knowledge gets like access to that knowledge, and we don't trust him with that knowledge, so we hoard it for ourselves and pass everything down orally.
Yeah, there you go. It's very good. It's a great idea. So I want to take a moment to read College of Lore just to see if we can get some more stuff out of it. This is on page 54 of the Player's Handbook for 5e. Bards of the College of Lore know something about most things, collecting bits of knowledge from sources as diverse as scholarly tomes and peasant tales. Whether singing folk ballads in taverns or elaborate compositions in royal courts, these bards use their gifts to hold audiences spellbound. When the applause dies down, the audience members find themselves questioning everything they held to be true, from their faith in the priesthood of the local temple to their loyalty to the king. The loyalty of these bards lies in the pursuit of beauty and truth, not in fealty to a monarch or following the tenets of a deity. A noble who keeps such a bard as a herald or advisor knows the bard would rather be honest than politic. The college members gather in libraries and sometimes in actual colleges, complete with classrooms and dormitories, to share their lore with one another. They also meet at festivals or affairs of state where they can expose corruption, unravel lies, and poke fun at self-important figures of authority. So you could totally pull spies as references. You can do a lot with a College of Lore bard.
Real quick. This is in no way related to what you just read.
That's fine.
But because I'm working on sending a Google Doc of like the history of the nations, the history of the world, a map of the world, the pantheon of my world, etc. I like am kind of like revisiting them and like editing them and adding lore here and there.
Yep.
And I realized, I was like, oh, I used to have a mountain that like it's actually important to the history of the world because it helped stall a country's southern expansion. And for the longest while it was unnamed. Then I named it, then I forgot the name. And tonight I was like, oh fuck, what was the name? And I renamed it. And I'm scrolling down through the Google Docs, and I found the name that I used before.
Oh.
And it's the same name.
Nice. You're consistent with that.
Fucking Windy Peak.
Very cool. Well, we've talked about bards. We'll move on to the second part of the topics for today. But before we do, I want to remind you guys, hey, you like dice? Soon, TM. Those of you who were part of our Patreon, which I will thank in a moment, by name. Those of you who were part of the Patreon before, who were donating back when we announced it, you're getting your dice. They're being sent out. Don't you worry. And I'll send tracking numbers tomorrow after I sent the last one of the dice out. So be excited, and those of you who weren't part of the Patreon at all, you will be able to get some dice soon, very soon. I just need to figure out how things work, and I want to put a little show-off video together, and just kind of get that there so that people know, and take some more professional pictures. Though I had like one of those photo, like, not photo booth, but like the little things you put in that are supposed to be for lighting for photos. I bought it for this specifically, and also to like take better pictures of minis, but it's just disappeared like so many things, and I don't fucking know where it went, and so I'm very upset.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, I will be right back in like 10-20 minutes-ish.
Okay. Anyway. So, these are a thing. They will be on sale. I'm thinking you'll see what the price is. I think it's going to be around $25. And it's not to make a profit, specifically. It is because shipping, at least in the US, is $5. And then out of the US is more. But it was around $20 to get these made. So, it's a whole thing. Hopefully it's a fair price. I don't know. It's one of those things where I don't know how to do. I'm gonna do some research. If I can do less, I'll try to do less. It just, it's one of those things that I want to at least meet the cost. So if we want to do it again, we could do it again, right? The whole thing. Anyway, yes, they are awesome looking dice. I have mine literally right here next to me in their little bag. Oh, by the way, you'll get a little bag because I bought a bunch of little bags as well to put them in, because I didn't want them to just be in a package, like rolling around, Anyway, it's fine. It's a very tiny bag. So, that being said, I would love to thank our patrons for helping make this possible, because you guys did. A lot of people did. Regardless of if they were on Patreon or not. Honestly, everybody did, just for hanging out and watching the show and having interest. So, thank you all. But specifically, thank you to Draco Kraken at tier 4. Thanks so much. Mog Zero at tier 4. Thank you as well. Rick, aka Unit Rico, at tier 4. Thank you. Slazer at tier 4. Thank you. Steely at tier 4. Thank you as well. Drake Cross at tier 3. Thank you so much. Chris at tier 2. Thank you. Destructive Knight Lux. There you go. Thank you. Frozen Spaghetti at tier 2. Thank you. Kill Chrono at tier 2. Thank you as well. And of course, thank you to our tier 1 contributor. Appreciate you all. Again, if you want to join the Patreon, the link is in the description. You don't have to. Really, you don't. I literally talked to one of our patrons who needed to rebudget, and I was like, good, do it. Don't give us money if you need it, please. Specifically, like, just, you need your money. We will be okay. So, as always, I'll thank you for giving it to us, but you don't need to. I will always say, if you need your money, please, don't worry about it. Anyway, that being said, of course, the other ways that you could support us financially, if you so choose, is to go over to TeePublic, link in the description as well, and get our logo on some merchandise. There's quite a few things that you can do to get it. So if you want to, go for it. And last but not least, we are partnered with Humble Bundle. go over there with a link in our description. Anything you buy through the store, a portion of it will support us, and you can do the slider thing however you want. So do so if you'd like. Ooh, there's some new audiobooks from the Black Library. That's very cool. Total War Classic seems neat. The Pathfinder bundle, as of recording now, is only a day more, so think about it. 3D printed stuff. Actually, I might get that. I like 3D printing stuff. I should really fix my 3D printer. Yeah, I love Humble. Humble's great. Do take a look at it. Help support us. Help support the charity that we have picked, which is Tabletop Alliance. The link is in the description as well for you to look into their charity. I've given up 4 coffee beans / Starbucks runs a month for my wife for the show. Worth. There you go, Mark. Well, thank you all the same. Now I feel really bad. Oh my god. Anyway. That's pretty good. So we'll move on. Since Aiden's not here. Oh, sorry. The other thing. Sorry, before we get to moving on. One last thing that I will say, since it is an option, and I give options if you would like. We have a P.O. box now. You can mail us stuff to the P.O. box. It's a small one, so they'll just hold it in the back. Please, obviously, just within reason if you would like to. But again, it is not a requirement. It is not an obligation. It is just a thing that we have so that I can send things with the P.O. box as the return address, so that, that's the case. And it's not just my address. I don't care if you know that I live in this town. I don't care about that. If you're in the fucking neighborhood, I guess we could hang out sometime. No, that's not true. Time to gift Warhammer figs, boys. Oh my god. If you did that, I swear to god, I don't know what I would do. That'd be crazy. I would definitely, oh my god. That would, Jesus. Don't even joke about that. It scares me. Anyway. So yeah, if you want to send us stuff, it'll be in the description of the VOD. It'll be in the description of the audio version. Of the address. If you want to send something to Aiden or Boo, do like I guess TableTalk and then in parentheses Boo or Aiden, or me, I guess. If you want things specifically sent out, if that's something that you want to do, again, it is not an obligation. It's not something you need to do. But if you do, just do that so that I know that I have to send it off. Okay? Anyway, that all being said, that's enough of that. Let's move on. So, the second topic of today is, of course, charisma. And I thought, well, bards are charismatic. We might as well talk about charisma as well. I was trying to think of another thing because there wasn't many things about bards that I saw that I wanted to look at for videos. But charisma is one of those things that people have a problem with. So, we're going to look at a channel we haven't looked at in a very long time. And you will maybe...
We discuss charisma.
Oh, that's so loud. You may or may not remember them. This lad right here. Oh, the Humble partner's still up. Whoops. This lad right here. From Dungeon Craft. We haven't covered a Dungeon Craft video in forever. So, I figured we might as well. And this is The Problem with Charisma in D&D, episode 157. Now, this is, what was his name? The Professor or something, right? That's how he wants to, Professor Dungeon Master, there you go, right back there. It's been a long time since we talked about the Professor. Oh, I didn't read that, sorry. Going back to the Bard, a Battle Bard could be cool, kicking a guy's ass and singing a song about how much they suck at the same time. Oh, hell yeah, that's right. Nice tie on that guy. Yeah, he's got a nice tie. He's very well dressed, and it's very nice. Uses a dot after the ep too. Yeah, I mean, it just seems right. I don't know. Anyway, let us see what the problem with charisma in D&D is.
We discuss charisma today on Dungeon Craft.
Oh my god, that's so loud.
Welcome to Dungeon Craft. I'm Professor Dungeon Master, and this channel is about playing the ultimate game of D&D and other role-playing games.
And I'm Deathbringer. Level up your game by subscribing and click the bell icon so you'll be informed when we upload new videos every week.
I recently polled my patrons and asked them, of the original 6 ability scores, which do you think can go? And the overwhelming favorite to be rejected from the game was charisma. Social and mental...
Really? Well, now that's interesting. I mean, I guess it's the most... sorry about your ears, bro. Don't worry about it. I hope you guys are fine. I tried to turn it down as soon as I could. I guess it is the most... Well, so... That's interesting. Because, like... I wouldn't get rid of any of them, right? I think we would do... We talked about this before, but... I would do amendments to them, right? We would add more things that would actually, like, give us more diversity of stats that would apply to better situations better. What would the classes dump? Intelligence, right? Remember? That's the dump stat that everybody takes. That's the one that everybody says that they take, at least. Yeah, I don't... It's very strange. I've seen systems combine intelligence and wisdom, and there's logic to that. Maybe they're just thinking what could be a dump stat. Yeah. Well, so that's the thing, right? The stats are fine as they are, and I don't think I would reject anything because the system works the way that it does because of these stats, right? Not to say that it's not something that we could improve on, and not to say that we could replace charisma with whatever, you know, we want to use in a different way or in 2 different stats, you know. But like I talked about it before with Vampire, how Vampire has the specific stats and then the skills. I know it's a different system entirely. It's a skill-based system, so it's going to be completely different in how it runs. But using mental, physical, and social stats combined with the skills, it gives you that diversity and makes a lot more sense to me, at least. And you can do different things in different situations because of that variety, right? So yeah, I don't know. But to have it be literally I wonder why it is that they would reject it first. Is it because it is the easy one to get rid of because it doesn't do as much? But then I think, like, the roleplay stat is usually the charisma stat, right? So I'm very confused. I want to know the reasoning behind why they would do that. I can kind of understand it, but to a weird degree. You know me, more stats, more fun. Yeah, fair enough. I really like how World of Darkness does stats and skills. Yeah. Vampire is really... I love Vampire. I really do. So. Anyway.
Mental stats like charisma, intelligence, wisdom, it's always tricky to handle them because What if the player character is more charismatic than the player playing them? Corey at Taking 20 does a great job of covering this in his episode, Why Do We Handle Charisma Backwards? In which
Did he just call Cody Corey? Oh my god. I wouldn't want to get rid of any stats, but if I had to, it would be Constitution. That's fair. I think they're just thinking just in D&D terms, but Charisma is the only one of its kind. Meanwhile, you must eliminate one to create content. That's true. Yeah, they are doing just D&D, but like in D&D specifically, Charisma has such a use. I don't know. Me Too, Vampires Rock. Hell yeah. That's right. Anyway, I want to drag that back. I didn't hear it.
It's always tricky to handle them because what if the player character is more charismatic than the player playing them? Corey at Taking...
Okay, so he did call him Corey. What the fuck? So in that case, we have to kind of do a little bit of playing pretend, where the character themselves is charismatic, but well, so anybody can have charisma, I guess, but I don't know. That's an interesting thought, at least. Malkavians represent, brother. Malkavians are cool. I don't know which one I would prefer. I have never played Vampire. I have run Vampire. So I've not, like, experienced any of them. I've played, like, Vampire Masquerade. The Masquerade Bloodlines, obviously. Everybody's played that. But, I don't know. Reading them... I'm sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. I don't know what my favorite vampire clan is, though. I'd have to think about that quite a bit. Anyway. What's Corey from Taking 20 doing? Please tell me.
Player character is more charismatic than the player playing them. Corey at Taking 20 does a great job of covering this in his episode, Why Do We Handle Charisma Backwards? In which he postulates there's pretty much two camps when it comes to handling charisma. Now, the first, we'll call it Camp A, is the most common. This is the Dungeon Master asks the player to narrate what they say, and then they call for a charisma check. And the problem with this is it penalizes people who are introverted or not really as charismatic as their 18 charisma paladin is. The other option...
How does that penalize them when that literally is to help in a way, right? If your character is more charismatic than you are, and you use that charisma, if that's how you're using it, then it makes it so that you don't have to worry about like being an 18 in charisma, right? Because I don't know what the fuck that looks like, personally. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I could represent it. I could try to be suave and debonair, but I don't know if that's necessarily what that represents, right? It could be that the charisma represents that they're well-spoken to a degree and they are friendly enough to a degree when they speak to people that people like them, right? I don't know. If you called him Corey once, he misspoke. If you called him Corey twice, he thinks that's his name. True. We'll see if he says it again. That would be funny. Well, in that case, I cannot play a bard. Need I say my singing sucks? Yeah. Well, I like how we refer to Corey as Corey now. Yeah, he says Corey now. I don't know. I know him as Cozy. That's what I know him as. Maybe it's a term of affection. Well, Cozy definitely is, but I don't know about Corey. Maybe. If your character is more charismatic than yourself, just roleplay. Literally, that's what it's for, to help make up for RP. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, right? Like, rolling it out to convince somebody when you have that high stat is supposed to represent your charm of your argument or whatever you're doing is winning through, right? I don't know. It's weird to say that it penalizes the people that are introverted, because sometimes some people probably do it's possible, and I think it's probable that some people do play where they say, okay, my character goes and will try to argue that this is that this is the plan that we need to take because it's just we need to. It's the only way that this will work. And like that's how they narrate what their character does, and then you call for the roll, right? And then you have other players, other groups that just role play the whole scene out. They have this back and forth conversation with the king or whatever, right? To and based off of the strength of their actual like saying these things in character, the DM might not even call for it and might just go, okay, that's fine. Look, you convince, like he goes and he says, all right, you've convinced me, right? Like that's how we do it a lot of the time in Devils and Dice. We just like talk to each other to such a degree and like bring up like points because that's how we play. But we also do the charisma checks every now and again, I guess. It's very infrequent, but it's just how we play it. I'll call Cody Corey now. Got it. It's fair enough.
Version B is you roll the dice and then narrate to see what happens, just like you do when you roll to hit a monster. This method does not penalize players who are...
What?
Yo.
Oh.
So this is in no way D&D related.
Okay.
But as you are aware, I got the audiobook for A Game of Thrones.
Mm-hmm.
And I got actually today to where Bran got pushed out of the window.
Okay.
Which is the end of episode 1 in the show. And there's like a couple differences.
Of course. Yeah.
But like they do actually a pretty good job like adapting it. The only differences that I noted were that Ned Stark, when he first sees Robert Baratheon in the show, like he looks him up and down and goes, "You got fat."
That's right.
And in the books, he goes, "Winterfell is yours, my liege."
Oh, interesting.
I
think it adds a lot to his character though in the show. It like makes him like a person.
Yeah, no, I like it.
Mm-hmm.
But like when Bran catches Cersei and Jaime, in the show, he has almost like a bored look on his face, like the things I do for love. And in the book, he's like, "How old are you, boy?" And Bran's like, 7. And he looks back to Cersei and it says almost with like a sneer at her, like he says the things I do for love. But you get like the way it's delivered is like, oh, Jaime fucking hates that he's doing this.
Yeah, fair.
And seeing how well adapted this was really helped to highlight for me just now. In later seasons when they weren't going off the books and like and they were like, hey, you know how Jaime Lannister is all like his whole character arc is about him escaping from his narcissistic sister? What if we bring the incest back?
What?
That made us a lot of money in season 1.
That's true. We should do that.
We should bring that back.
Right. In the 8th season, no less. That's right.
In the 8th season, in the episode before the last fucking one.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
God.
It's unfortunate.
Fucking damn it. Okay, let's talk about TTRPGs. I needed to get that off of my soul because I was sitting there cutting chicken and getting heated.
I understand. Believe me, I understand. Timothy says hi, Aiden.
Oh.
I just noticed he has a Paizo Goblin statue on the shelf. Nice. Yeah. Didn't he also, like, agree with Cody, though? When Cody was like, oh, Pathfinder kind of is not great. Right? Wasn't that a thing? I think he was one of the endorsers. Pretty sure I saw his video was an endorsement.
I don't remember that.
We didn't watch his video, to be fair. But I do remember seeing.
I think we watched a video.
We watched
of his.
we watched a video of his, which was way back. Yeah, it's been quite a while. I feel like there's a distinct lack of unflipped tables around here. Gonna have to fix that. Hey guys, definitely can't make the streams regularly, but I have some time tonight. Good to hear you. Hello, Steely.
God damn it, Steely. Just when I thought my tables were safe.
Welcome back. I come back and within like a minute, what if we bring the incest back? Is a phrase spoken. I missed this. Oh, that's good times.
What that thing Jimmy has? Oh, what's it called? His character arc. What if we just walk that back?
I don't remember him having one. What do you mean?
You know, neither do I.
There you go. Fuck that show. Anyway. So we're getting into.
God, do you remember how the gates fucking explode before the Dragonfire even reaches them?
I do remember that.
Do you remember the night when I was in call with you and I was I was going frame by frame and I'm like, what?
I do remember this specifically. I like the TV show and I like the ending just because Brandon is one of my favorite characters, so him being king was cool, but I totally get the reasons why everyone hates it. I really do. Oh, okay. That's fair. That's fine.
I mean, Bran is a cool character. I personally like Jon Snow more, and I think Jon Snow deserved the throne a bit more.
The way that the show was set out, or sorry, the story was set out, it definitely was deserved for him. But they didn't do that. So, you know. Maybe if Martin ever gets to writing his final book, maybe.
Actually, there does exist a big difference between this show and the book, and I thought it was something that this show did better. The book has White Walkers show up in the prologue. Do you remember when the Night's Watch go beyond the wall?
Yeah.
One of them dies to a White Walker, like straight up. Like, he's, like, wailing at it with his sword, and it's just kind of, like, lazily parrying him. And then, like, the White Walker delivers an actual blow, and the steel blade shatters. And then the White Walker calls over 2 other White Walkers, and they just set about hacking him. And there is a Night's Watch guy who is up in a tree, frozen with fear. And he's like, it pauses, he's like, to call out was his duty and also his death, so he remained silent.
Yeah. That's good.
And later on, when he finally is brave enough to open his eyes again, he climbs down the tree and sees the mutilated body, and he's like, I'm going to bring the sword back for, like, the shattered bits of the sword back for proof. And that's when the dude who got killed is now a zombie. And just strangles him to death, and that's where the prologue ends.
Gotcha.
However, it mentions that the walkers are very impassive and, like, generally wordless. Like, they're not completely mute like they were in the show.
Right. I think that was better, honestly.
Yeah. But there's a moment when like the guy's like wailing away at the White Walker and he's just kind of parrying him.
Yep.
That he says something like to the other two White Walkers, and they say that their voice was like as sharp as icicles.
Okay.
And they can't understand what was being said, of course, but they can tell it was mocking. And generally White Walkers, so far from what I've seen them portrayed, are generally pretty impassive.
Right.
Golly, I love the fact that the White Walker decided to hold Arya. Like, when she jumps at Arya, like, he catches her dagger hand and holds her there like, ha! I have won!
Yeah.
And then she drops the dagger and stabs him with the other...
Such a shitty fucking thing. Anyway. I'm just happy the imp lived. Yeah, but he's like a shell of his former self, so... Did he really live? Did he really survive?
You will be happy to know he is just as cool in the books.
Good. Yeah, what is taking him so long to make that book?
Burnout.
What?
Burnout.
Oh, yeah. Oh, more than likely, yeah. Also, like, expectations are way too high now.
Well, like, if you look at the books he released, it was like 3 years, 3 years, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years.
Gotcha.
And then still ongoing, still waiting. I believe we're in what, year 12?
Probably. Whatever happened to the baby that was turned into a walker or implied? I don't remember. I think, isn't it dead?
I don't think they did with anything.
No, I thought, wait.
I don't think they did anything with it in the show, though.
Oh, in the show, yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. I think it was just a shock value thing.
And
then, but it got the point across. It's fucked up. Bards, played one in Pathfinder 2e. I try my best to actually RP as party face and do pretty well. But sometimes I'm just not finding my mojo, and it's like, can we pretend I said something real smooth? Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing, right? His saying that using the role is a detriment to people, like, he's saying it for the people that are, you know, more in their shell. And I'm like, what do you mean? That seems like it would help because they could still play, you know, and not have to worry about getting too far out their comfort zone in that way if they don't want to. Like, it's fine. Okay, it wasn't my imagination. Yeah. The worst part of the show was the faceless god arc was not my cup of tea.
I left to put my chicken in the oven and came back and I heard the worst part about the show, and that was it.
Was the faceless god arc was not my cup of tea.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was, yeah.
Honestly, I don't remember.
The faceless man.
Oh, okay.
Arya's god.
Yep. If you want great fantasy books by a guy who writes at just an inhuman rate of output while still being amazing, try Brandon Sanderson, Mistborn series, Stormlight Archive series. Yes. I've heard good things. I've yet to read.
I'd recommend the Mistborn series.
Yeah, that's what I always hear, and I've yet to read any. Anyway, let's see. Oh, by the way, he's called Cody Corey. This is a thing.
Version B is you roll the dice and then narrate to see what happens, just like you do when you roll to hit a monster. This method does not penalize players who are not as charismatic as their role-playing avatars. But on the other hand, it allows players to kind of skip the role-playing sections, right? By just saying, well, I'm going to make a deception roll. I got an 18 or I got a 20. I can now skip this encounter. And that's why a lot of old-school dungeon masters don't like it. Now, in my opinion...
Okay. fair enough, I guess. I think it really depends, right? Because it's a double-edged sword in a way. Of you have the talking and then doing the thing. If you really want to use a role, right? You talk and then you roll it out, or you roll it out and then describe what you do. This can be done in any skill, not just things that are charisma based, really. So I don't know if it's a specific problem with charisma itself, I guess.
So the way I sometimes run things is if someone's like, hey, the tavern keeper asked me a question that I don't want to answer. So I will say that we were here at this time.
Mm-hmm.
And rolls like an 18, passes the check.
Yeah.
And but like the player does a horrible job of lying. He's I will still rule this a success, but just the way that the player delivered it will be like lead to suspicion.
Okay.
So like say maybe like, we weren't here, we were at the bakery at an hour during which the bakery is closed.
Mm-hmm.
The tavern keeper will like kind of stand there and kind of like raise an eyebrow and be like, are you sure that was the time frame? Because that's like 2 hours past when they closed. Were they just like really fucking busy and had like a big line? Or I mean, if you don't want to tell me, that's fine. You don't have to, I guess. But like, whatever. And then like they'll just kind of like let it rest.
Sure.
So like, it will still, that their success will like story-wise, how do I put it? Their success will be a failure, but still reach the desired effect, I guess. So
I think
even though they did something that was technically impossible, the guy's like, okay, but like he just kind of lets it rest.
Sure, but I could also argue that that is context that they wouldn't have known, and so potentially that they wouldn't have known, that would have been more known by the tavern keeper, so that like it seems, at least in that kind of instance, it was like, yeah, you lied to the guy, but the guy already knew about the instance that you lied about, so he was going to see through it anyway. At least for that example, because like I'm sure that the tavern keeper knows about the bakery and the bakery's hours, right? Yeah. So like,
that's why when he hears it, he gets suspicious. He's like, "You're there at 9 p.m."
Yeah, it has nothing to do with a check at that point, I guess. It's just, at that point, it's literally just you made that up and you rolled with it, and like you were convincing enough, but because of information that you didn't know, it wasn't going to work anyway, right? But again,
again, this is just me.
No, I know. What I'm saying,
ad hocing.
Yes, yeah. What I'm saying is, overall, though, that I don't think that's a fault of it being a charisma roll specifically, right? Because that could happen in a lot of situations with a lot of skills. You could do the same thing with, I don't know, a history check where you like don't know information as much as you thought you did, but you still expound upon it, right? Same thing could happen, I guess. I don't know. It's this just is a weird thing to go, this is a problem, and people don't like it, and old school DMs don't like it because they'll roll before And if they succeed, then they'll tell you what they did. And I'm like, well, what are we doing? What do you mean? Like, if I go into a dungeon and you tell me there's a barred door and I want to bash it down, I roll to see if I bash it down. And then if I do, I have bashed it down. If I don't, then I did not bash it down. And if I roll before you, like, if I roll to see if I can just push through the door beforehand, before I know that it's been an established, like, barred door, and I roll to fucking use my athletics to bash it down, or whatever, it's still, like, the same kind of thing, isn't it? Where I've rolled for it before it being, like, I guess, called for.
I will be totally honest. My mind was devoted on two things. The first of which was my ice cream. The second of which was the fact that Steely said, we were with Tharnanar, but Tharnanar was here at the bar. Different Tharnanar.
Fair. Charisma's been around since the beginning. Is he talking about 5e specifically? I think so. I don't know. He's just saying charisma in D&D, so I think he's saying in general. It's funny, this idea that old school role plays things, old school D&D is chock full of tables to determine how monsters and NPCs react to you. Well, so you still roleplay. It's just that the tables are there for you to, if you do succeed, it shifts their disposition towards you. That was what the tables and stuff were for, as far as I remember. There was tables for, like, success, I guess, as well, in a way. But yeah, at least from 3.5 that I remember, it was like, if you succeed in your charisma check, in your diplomacy check, sorry, you would shift the bar more towards being friendly. It was just, that's, I don't know. AD&D has tables for tables, and books devoted to actions for actions. Yes.
Technically speaking, actually, I think even in 5e, like, take for instance, the spell Friends.
Yep.
It says that after it's done, they know that they're charmed and they become hostile towards you.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, hostile can mean different things.
Yes. You don't have to be violent hostile.
Yeah, you can, like, be like, I'm gonna cut your throat, but you can also be like, bruh, fuck you.
Yeah. I'm gonna ruin your reputation.
Oh.
This guy's a liar, and he charms people to get what he wants, and everyone's gonna know about it.
A liar and a certified scoundrel.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I don't know. This is strange. If the baker has a long bar tab, then of course the tavern owner knows when the bakery is open. That's true.
Both camps are correct from a logical point of view. On one hand, you don't expect your players to be as strong or as dexterous or as wise as their player characters.
Right.
But on the other hand, it's a role-playing game, and role-playing should be encouraged. And social...
Well, you still are. What do you mean? You still are, like, even with the introverted example, they say what they want their character to do, and then they roll to see if it works. What the fuck do you mean?
So, yeah, no, like, that... But it's not enough, though.
Oh, well, get fucked, I guess.
Like, yeah, but, like, literally, if the introverted as hell quiet kid at my table is like, I'm gonna lie and say that so-and-so was with, I don't know, say that I caught so-and-so with his wife. Even though they're not saying, hey, by the way, I don't mean to, like, rock the boat or anything, but I found so-and-so with your wife the other day, just thought you should know. Versus, I lie and say so-and-so was with his wife.
Yeah.
Both are roleplay.
Exactly. Like, hostile is one of the attitudes an NPC can have. It's on a table. There you go. Yeah, I thought so. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not agreeing with your premise here, like, fundamentally, because it's it's not that like it's just that you want them to do more, and it's like, well, let's just start with how much they want to do first. Like, it's not about what I want them to do, really.
Encounters really test the player character's ingenuity and acting skills, and that's a big part of the game. And it's what makes these games different than, say, video games. If I'm running for a group of introverted teenagers, I might just call for a roll because they want to skip mostly to the combat anyway. But if I'm running for experienced players and I want to encourage role playing, I'll still call for a roll. But it'll be
like this.
I had faith when he said introverted. I was like, oh, he's gonna say the same thing I said.
Yeah.
And then you said, oh, they want the combat anyway, and
I'm like, oh, okay, we're just dismissing, huh? Like, we're not even giving them the chance that this is what they want to do. Are you sure about that? Like, let me tell you, as somebody that doesn't like to talk to new people, like, at all, I really don't. I'm good at it. Don't get me wrong.
It is pretty sucky sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah. I just don't want to interact with people when I don't have to. But I can do it very easily. And when I started with doing D&D stuff, I mean, it thankfully it was with friends, so I could like be more boisterous. But if it was with people that I didn't know, I would probably start out this way of like, I don't know, like my character he goes and lies to the barkeeper about going somewhere else. And then call for the roll and stuff. But like, it's one of those things with over time, I would probably get more experience and more out of my shell potentially. If I didn't, though, it doesn't like affect anything to such a degree that we need to like call it as a problem with charisma. Like how we roll charisma. I don't understand what the correlation here is.
So I don't know how relevant this is, but like my character that I was the paladin.
Yeah.
Like because of like internet disconnect, like fuckery.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm in a different time zone than the other players, kind of made roleplay sort of kind of a bit difficult. Plus, also like dying meant I missed out on the campaign for like a couple months. Yeah. And my character very squarely became I want to hit things with my sword character. Contrast that to Boris, who like that campaign is like roleplay as hell heavy.
That's true.
Or sorry, roleplay heavy as hell, rather. And I feel safe in saying every single one of us love it.
Yeah.
So you can be combat focused, or you can be roleplay focused.
Yeah, exactly.
That has no bearing on how introverted you are or are not.
Exactly. Like it really depends on my mood sometimes too. Just in general, like
I think it just comes down to like different, at least personally, different aspects about a character like give me a life.
Yeah.
So for instance, when I'm Boris and I'm teleporting around and stealing a dingaling and pulling minor scumfuckery.
Yes.
That gives me life. And that's generally roleplay. But when I was playing my paladin and I rolled 2d12 plus 15 plus 3d8 plus my smite. And when I roll all that out and it gets to like 75 damage, I'm like, let's fucking go!
Yeah, exactly.
Because I just want to see big number.
Yeah.
So like your characters can just have fun with a. Actually, no, I don't need to clarify this. I would assume he would already know.
Yeah. D&D is getting a lot of prerequisites from these YouTubers. Players have to have acting skills. DMs have to own a house. How does anyone play a game? That's right. That's the thing. You have to have done some acting and also own a house and also started when you were 12, and you know there are many things. My rogue has an 18 strength. No way I could bench what she can. She also has a charisma of 20, and I know I can talk and convince others very close to a 20. Fair. The thing is, he's literally saying, oh, we don't expect them to be as strong or as agile or anything as their characters, but like we should kind of give them, you know, we should expect a little more out of them if they're charismatic. It's like, well, fuck you, man. What do you mean? No, we don't need to do that. They want to play somebody who's better at something than they are, I guess. Or potentially they just want to try it out. I don't know. It's just, it's fine. Just let them play. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like being cunning. Other times I feel like being brutal. But what if you're brutal but cunning? Or cunning but brutal? Anyway. I can tell that I'm not going to like this video already. I don't like it so far.
A much lower threshold, and I'll really carefully consider.
Is this the guy that set up an entire...
Yes,
it is the guy who set up
an
entire... I knew I recognized that face.
Yep.
I was like, why does this face fill me... It feels like it fills me with repressed rage, and I don't know why, because I want to give him a fair shake. Yeah.
I wanted to give him a fair shake for this too, but I'm already like completely against what he's saying, so I don't know.
Lower threshold, and I'll really carefully consider what they say prior to setting the difficulty. The problem here is the underlying premise that a role-playing game...
Sorry, wait a minute. Say that fucking again.
If I'm running for a group of introverted teenagers, I might just call for a roll because they want to skip mostly to the combat anyway. But if I'm running for experienced players and I want to encourage role-playing, I'll still call for a roll, but it'll be a much lower threshold, and I'll really carefully consider what they say prior to setting the difficulty.
I guess so, but also, like, why don't we do this for your other group too? I don't know. Like, consider what they're doing, like, what their actions are and such. Like, and show them that their actions have... Like, if you really want to make these people come out of their shell... If you really want to make these people come out of their shells, then, like, teach them by example. I don't fucking... Like, give them... Like, have them have to make more complex choices and such. That way they understand, like, if they're going to do something, it will be something that has multiple effects. Or something that will actually make it so that they can, they have to interact with the world a little bit more. Like, if you really want this to happen, and it's not, and you're not, like, forcing it upon them, you're just showing them that this is what happens. And so if they keep making these fucking, whatever. Charisma is being able to sell a tomato-based fruit salad, aka salsa. Yes.
Salsa.
Yes. Exactly.
Problem here is the underlying premise that a role-playing game, if it's well designed, can create a bunch of consistent rules that can consistently simulate both real-world physics and interpersonal relationships. I don't believe that can actually happen. That's not a thing. And so any kind of role-playing game will fall short, and it'll be up to the game master's discretion, and that's okay, because that's what you have a game master for. Now, whether you favor A or B, the most important question you as a game master can ask is a role even necessary? In many cases, the answer is going to be no.
That I agree, at least a little bit. Sometimes you can just let things happen if things were played out in such a way, right? Like, Boo always has his example of when Aiden was in the first Call of Cthulhu game, where he fucking shot a guy's head off and then failed an intimidation roll. And then he was like, no, fuck it. Like, because it makes more sense that everybody would be fucking intimidated by you shooting a guy in the fucking head.
Yeah.
and blowing them apart.
Both barrels.
Both
Like,
barrels.
on the inside of a dude's cranium.
Exactly. Like, and I agree, like, with very minor things in a lot of cases, when you have proficiency in something in 5e, I think that having your character be able to just do some things because they've already become proficient enough to have that proficiency, it's fine. You don't have to make people roll for things. And again, if they act things out well, you should be able to say, yes, you succeed because you convinced me. Right? Like,
Yeah.
I need to watch the next episode of your Devils and Dice campaign if I find the time. Still on the first few episodes. I was lucky to get here live. Fair enough, dude. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Take your
the
time.
episodes are there to watch at your leisure.
Exactly.
Right.
Non-player characters in my games will have default responses and a range of responses that will determine if that role is truly necessary. For example, the classic, can the player characters trick their way past the guard and get an audience with the king? My response to that is no, because the default position of a guard is to say no. They're not supposed to let people past a certain point. That's what they do. Their whole existence hinges on that, and most of them are military officers, and they are trained to follow orders without questioning. That's how guards work. This die has 20 sides. It's going to come up natural 20.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
2 additional things to consider.
Okay.
Are the fact that I'm in no position to tell you how your military operates.
Mm.
But having an officer doing guard duty,
yeah, you're kind of demeaning them like a lot.
Like that, I don't care if, like, you're not gonna find a colonel from the Air Force guarding the president.
Right.
That just doesn't happen. They have their own specific security force.
Yeah.
That's... Isn't that the difference between a commissioned and a non-commissioned officer?
Oh, probably.
Actually, wait, no, sorry. That actually
I don't know that.
It has to do with commanding troops. Never mind, that's not relevant to this. However, once you have reached the point where it's like, yeah, you're a 1-star general now. Now you're gonna be a beat cop around the White House for the next few months, and then you become a 2-star general. That's not how it fucking works.
No, I wouldn't assume so.
Secondly, there is also the fact that, I mean, yeah, sure, the position of a guard is to say no. That is true. However, I will extend a bit of faith in your players that they're gonna find some fucking way around it using magical bullshit.
Oh, sure.
Say they do. Say they manage to sneak into the king his where the king will hear them out.
Mm-hmm.
There's other meetings that are scheduled.
Sure.
Like, they're going to sneak in there either during another meeting or still be talking to the king when the people who are supposed to be there show up and are like, get these people out of here, I scheduled this time.
Yeah. I think that he's more saying that this is the attitude that the guard will have to say no, because that is the default. That is it. I don't think he's talking about not letting them pass. He's just saying, like, this is what the guard would do.
Yeah, not fair.
Yeah. If it wouldn't slow the game up too much, the GM can help a player with role playing by leading them through it a bit. E.g., this guy needs a reason to help you. What kinds of reasons come to your mind? Yes, exactly. Give them examples and ask them questions so that they can get in the mindset and actually give you the answers. Yes, 100%. Still not mixing well with the Thai guy here. His name is the Professor. Yeah, no, I'm excited to see what the D20 relevance is of, like, oh, if they convince you with a natural 20, which I would go, well, not necessarily, but Okay. Yeah, there should be some differences between militaries. If it's like the Russian military and you're you're talking to Private Conscriptovich, you might bribe them a lot more easily. Yes, if they're a conscript, absolutely. Yeah. Anyway.
Guards work. This
I
does.
hate that I looked up, like, I just decided to fact check myself about NCOs versus, like, commissioned officers.
Yeah.
The definition, sorry, two different definitions that I found thus far for a non-commissioned officer. Non-commissioned officer, NCO. Also spelled non-commissioned officer, military officer, appointed by, oh, sorry, no. That is the third one. No, not you. That. A non-commissioned officer is a military officer who has not pursued a commission.
Oh, nice. I love those definitions. So good.
Thank you, Google.
They really help.
Encyclopedia Britannica says appointed by a commission. Sorry, an NCO, a military officer appointed by a commissioned officer.
Oh,
generally to supervise enlisted soldiers and aid the commissioned officer corps.
There you go.
Again, though, that doesn't.
The first part doesn't really help, but the second part gives me a more understanding.
Do they sit behind a desk or do they shoot people?
They sit behind a desk, I think. Honestly, I don't know.
Do they?
I don't know! I don't really care, I'll be honest.
20 sides. It's going to come up natural 20, 1 out of 20 rolls. Now, let's say 20 of my closest friends, we all go up to Buckingham Palace and we try to bluff our way or deceive the guards into letting us in and seeing the Queen. Is that likely to happen? 1 out of 20 times? I submit to you it is not. There is a 0% chance. I could be Mick.
What? No, it's not technically 0. Okay? There's a slim chance. But I get what your point is. Would you deprive an old man his walking stick? Time to head home. Have a good trip. Would you deprive an old man his walking stick?
Jagger, who is a knight, and he's not going to be able to get in to see the Queen Mother. That's not even inconsistent with the rest of the other ability scores. Would you allow a player to move a mountain if they rolled a natural 20 on a strength test?
Okay, so what are we doing here? What's the point? Sometimes we don't allow impossible things. Cool. Okay. Who are you talking to?
I mean, I see his point, and also I can't criticize him for bringing it up in this roundabout way because I'm roundabout as hell when I talk, so...
I don't know why we're talking about it, though. Like, is this a problem with charisma?
With the charisma? Apparently.
No, it's not. That's my point here. Like, this is not something that is brought up as a problem. I don't understand why we're here. But anyway...
Of course not. There are some things that are just impossible. The guard's default position is going to always be to say no. Can the characters roll a natural 20 and convince the king to give up his crown? No, his default position is he is the king.
Okay.
Can the characters convince Thor to give up his hammer for a little while so they can defeat some storm giants? No, that's not even a thing because Thor is a god. He is used to being worshipped.
Oh. Well, if they got to that point, I feel like they're pretty powerful. Maybe it'd be
if you're on talking like
terms,
yeah, like if you have Thor on speed dial, be like, "Can I borrow Mjolnir?"
Yeah.
Then like he's going to be like, "No," and they're like, "Pretty please," with a nat 20 on top, and be like. Yeah, you can borrow a shard of it for a few minutes.
Sure, exactly, right? Like, I don't know. Walking sticks are badass, yes. If it's impossible, just flat out deny. Some things are just that, impossible. Yeah, you don't call for a roll if it's impossible.
So, like, my character's not going to be like, "Hey, yo, Mr. God of Death, give me this soul, please."
Yeah.
at the beginning of the campaign. Like, fuck no, God no. Like, do you have any idea how utterly, like, thrilled my character was when he prayed one time and got a fucking answer?
Sure.
He was
yeah.
like, holy shit! And then, like, come towards, like, the, like, 3/4 to 4/5 of the way through the campaign when he's like, hey, yo, Lathander. And, like, immediately Lathander, like, in his head is like, sup.
Yeah. That's the whole thing, yeah. Like, so,
Like,
if this is being brought up that some people will allow this to happen, I'm sorry that you think that they shouldn't. Like, that's not your prerogative. I'm sorry. But, like, my easy answer for you, and my easy answer to anybody who's like, this is a problem, is to say, just don't call for a roll if it's something that they actually can't do. Because then you don't even give them the idea that it is possible.
yeah.
Because they aren't able to roll for it.
Because if his point is that, like, oh, there's people who are rolling nat 20 on charisma checks, and he thinks that, like, oh, a nat 20 can't allow you to move mountains, but people are allowing nat 20s on charisma checks to succeed.
It's a little different.
I think that's the narrative he's pushing.
It's a false. Is it a false equivalency? Is that the
It
term?
is a false equivalency.
Yeah. So, like, my man, what are we doing here? If you have a problem with people doing things a certain way, my man, you got to get off the internet. Like, I don't know what you're doing. If you're trying to push the narrative that they shouldn't do it in that way, you gotta stop, man. I don't understand.
Well, he's saying, like, oh, they're allowing charisma to insta-pass if they roll a nat 20.
Yeah.
But, like, and this is clearly a problem with charisma
Exactly.
as a whole.
Yeah.
And not just going, yeah, no, those DMs are kind of weird.
Right. They don't do my style. And it's like, okay. It's not a problem, though, so...
You know what, though? As with as many, not discussions, contentions.
Yes.
As I've had with his video thus far, I cannot deny he is very sharply dressed.
Yes, I said that in the beginning. It is a very nice attire.
Also, he changed the position of the D20, the
20,
like the red D20. It wasn't, the 20 wasn't facing the camera before, but it is now, and I appreciate that change.
Well, we have to know if you're worthy of the hammer. That's right. That would be a whole thing, right? Like, you could have them literally try. Anyway, it's a bad example. If they're in a field position on the battlefield, NCOs shoot people while leading others who shoot people. Off the battlefield, NCOs would be giving orders, not doing things like guard duty. There you go.
Yes, I saw Career Guide had a good description. A NCO is a military officer who has yet to earn a rank or commission. These individuals hold leadership positions within their units, but they rank lower than commissioned officers. Tasked with helping to execute the vast majority of military missions, they're responsible for fulfilling their individual duties and ensuring that they accomplish all missions as a team. Higher-ranking officers may select NCOs to take a lead in various aspects of a mission based on their unique strengths and weaknesses. There are officer ranks within the NCO rank, like warrant officer, who rank higher than the NCOs, but below commissioned officers.
There you go. I roll in at 20. Give me Thor's hammer now. Yeah.
I roll in at 20. Let me find the book that's my whole character arc.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's right. My dad was an officer in the USAF, and my parents have repeatedly told me about how much even officers respected higher NCOs. There you go. Anyway.
NPCs will have a wider range of default responses. Consider a merchant. Will the merchant haggle over the price of oil or rope? When they see the adventurers coming, they're going to be like, oh, here's a group of adventurers again. They're used to haggling a certain...
I mean, not necessarily, but sure. God, I hate the word adventurers all the time.
I'm fine with it, and I also kind of agree with his point of like, if you see someone walking towards your caravan who is decked out in like weapons fucking everywhere and like looks like they haven't seen a bath in a few months, then like you're like, you know what, these people probably live on the road. They are either bandits or the adventurers.
Mercenaries. Mercenaries makes more sense in my brain. Adventurers, it's like, no, you don't, I mean, not all the time is it specifically that you, anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, adventurer is just a fancy way of saying hobo.
Yeah, exactly. But like, I just say traveler, you know, like, fucking,
yeah.
I don't know what they do. I don't care. Anyway,
Anyway,
I
if
agree.
you see someone walking up to your caravan, and you know, like, generally in your world, people like that are generally a bit more affluent because they don't have things like homes to spend money on.
Sure.
Then you'll be like, hey, you know what, I can make a quick buck.
Sure. Well, so haggling implies the ability to haggle down, which I'm like, no, I don't know about that. Like, that's the thing. It's haggling itself is very much a more reputable term, or sorry, a term that comes with a reputation that you've had with this person, I think. Because you can try to haggle with anybody, but if they actually like respect you or like you or anything, they'll probably do it more often than the people who you just go, hey, can I get that fucking thing for like 10 copper instead of the 15? Right? I don't know. The stuff Aiden looked up is better than the video to me. Nice. Or men of low moral fiber. Yes, also that.
Amount, and they probably have it in their mind, I'm going to come down as much as 10% for these people so that they think that they got something at a cheaper price. Now, will a master swordmaker lower their prices? I would say probably not, because they are a skilled artisan that spends weeks working on a single product, and if the player characters don't buy it, they can wait a little longer and find someone who will pay for that quality. If the player characters flirt with the serving wench, is she likely to date one of them? Well, this has probably happened a number of times, like all day, every day. How good looking is this guy? How much money does he have? And what are her prospects? Is this a dumpy town? Is he the best thing that's going to come along? Or is it a prosperous city where she can do better for herself with a more stable guy? And just because the player rolls 18, 19, or 20 to flirt with her doesn't mean that she's automatically going to engage in carnal relations. She might...
Yes, I agree with all of this, that there are certain instances where it makes more sense for things to not happen or things to happen. I agree.
Just say, okay, I can go for a walk with you tomorrow morning around the town square. Imagine a sliding scale, and for relationships, you don't go all the way to the end of the scale with one charisma check. You move one little bit. Now, NPCs, their sliding scale could be different and have more steps. But if you imagine steps and multiple checks are necessary, that's, I think, more like how real life works. Now, everyone always wants more specific details, so let's look at a scenario. This is Power Behind the Throne. It is a scenario for the Warhammer Fantasy roleplay game, and although it's not D&D, it is useful because it is almost entirely role-playing. In this 96-page scenario, the player characters have to ingratiate themselves in the royal court of Graf Boris Todbringer and unravel a conspiracy that threatens the entire city. The scenario plays out during an annual 8-day carnival. Players have...
Oh, there you go. Cautious, standard, and... Oh, no, that's for... Never mind.
opportunities to meet key NPCs at various events such as archery tournaments, minotaur fights, plays, concerts, and there are 22 major NPCs in total and only 3 combat encounters. I've run this scenario 4 times, and in the early run-throughs, when the characters would see a major NPC like Lorraine LaFarrell, who is the court minstrel, I'd say, well, you see him, what do you say? And I would get stammering and hums and haws. So in subsequent sessions, I've said, okay, you see Lorraine LaFarrell, you want to go up and talk to him? Yes? Okay, you start making small talk. The default
okay, so... Well, actually, let me hear this.
position for Lorraine is he's extremely friendly and gregarious. I mean, he's a minstrel after all. He will talk to anyone who likes talking about music or drinking. Now, this is how...
Well, so, okay, so you didn't go back to any... Okay, so I've noticed a thing that you did where you changed up how you approach the situations, right? Some DMs probably do the same thing where they say, okay, this person is here, what do you say to them? Where you're pushing this onto somebody unsuspectingly.
That was exactly what I picked up on too.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm now entirely confused as because that
if you hear what you say, you think and you're now on the spot.
Exactly.
But if you say, "Would you like to speak to them?" then you push that agency into their hands.
Exactly.
And go, yeah, I kind of would, and I would like to talk to them about this.
Right. Exactly. So like. You've highlighted an improvement that you can do in your DMing style that can help with this roleplay that you want. This is a different thing. This is not about charisma. This is a different thing. But it is something that should be highlighted and it could tie into it of like, this is how you can try to help coax people into role-playing more often and thus get them more used to higher charisma characters where they can talk more with somebody because they feel like they have the control of being able to do that anytime instead of forcing it upon them, right?
Let me give you an example of personal growth that I had in a system that wasn't D&D. And use it to give to exemplify how there's a problem with charisma in D&D.
Exactly. I'm very confused. Why didn't we tie it back just to say that this is whatever?
Also, I noticed you have the red D20 facing the camera, but why isn't the Paizo goblin?
I don't know.
We're so close yet so far.
I would do a charisma check. I'd set the number at 11, and if the player characters roll an 11 or better, Rolane will invite them to another event where he will introduce them to one of his friend NPCs, like Alevandro Fanmaris, the Master of the Hunt, or Dieter Schmeidenhammer, the Graf's champion. If they fail the roll, he will thank them for a good time, and he'll say, maybe I'll catch you later. The next day, the player characters might find him at another event, and because they're a familiar face, they can start up a new conversation and begin that process again. Dieter Schmeidenhammer's position as Graf's champion requires him to fight 3 or 4 sparring matches a day, and whoever wins gets to be the Graf's champion for the next year. It's probably likely that the player characters are going to enter, but even if they lose, he is going to have a lot of respect for them. He'll help.
So, I know what we're doing. We're trying to give the scale thing, right? And show that not everything is going to be an instant success or not, but there's still opportunities to try depending on how you act and all that kind of stuff. I get that. I kind of wish the examples were fewer and more succinct because we already understand this point before we've gotten here. Because he's already explained it to a degree that we understand. So the examples are kind of like going to another system to do this is kind of unnecessary. You could still make the examples again in the same system, but we don't need more examples because you've already set out the sliding scale thing. Like we are there. We are here. So I guess it's good to have more examples, but I'm trying to see why it's a problem what the problem, like, is the overall point that people are treating charisma differently than how you treat it? In which case I go, it's not the problem of the system. We don't need to take charisma out because of that. If you want to convince other people to do it in a different way, that's fair enough. You can try to do that. But just because they aren't doing that doesn't mean that it's bad. So we're dating things now, alrighty then. Yeah, well, you know. Also, I can leave some more bands to check out in the comments for the next show if you wish, Aiden. I don't know if he's there. He might have left. I don't know how diplomacy works in 5e, but what he's saying, it should be pretty much in line with how it already works in 3.5. Yes. True. I'm kind of lost to how this relates to charisma now and why this Patreon votes to nix charisma. I'm also confused on that. Now that I've made my point once, let me feed the YouTube algorithm by making it a second time. Yes. Diplomacy was never mind control. Yes. Aiden, did you hear what Timothy said?
No, sorry.
Oh, he said I can leave some more bands to check out in the comments for the next show if you wish.
Oh, please.
There you go. Oh, okay. Carry on, Professor. Yeah, exactly. Like he's going over the same thing because he's already made the point. So I'm just sitting here like, are we doing this for the runtime? Because it is exactly 10 minutes. This video.
Wait, it is. Oh my god, it is.
It is exactly 10 minutes. So I'm wondering if that's the case. Because he's already made the point, and I understand the point. We're just in another system, looking at other characters and doing the same thing again. So I'm
Them up off the ground. Say, hey.
This actually reminds me of a musician who I sort of listen to his music off and on. His name is Aurelio Voltaire.
Oh yeah, Voltaire.
And yeah, if you just look at Voltaire, you'll find him. Which I mentioned for sake of the peeps in the audience because his music is like really good.
Yeah.
However, do you know the cartoon Billy and Mandy?
Yes.
So Voltaire did a song for Billy and Mandy. It's his song Brains. And he's talking he was I don't know if he was delivering an interview once or just like talking with like a journalist or something. But like he's like this one time, like relatively early on into my career, I was playing at a bar, and afterward I'm gathering up my stuff, and he's in Hollywood at this point, and a guy walks up to him and he's like, hey, so we get to talking, and he's like, hey, so I'm actually a cartoonist. And Voltaire is like, and of course I roll my eyes because in Hollywood fucking everyone's a startup cartoonist or something. And he's like, so let me give you my card, and we will pay you based on how long the song is. And Voltaire was like, well, how long can the song be? And the guy's like, just so long as it's under 5 minutes. And Voltaire like paused for a second. He's like, you want to know who made a song that was 4 minutes and 59 seconds?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I'm sorry I hit you so hard, buddy. What say I buy you a beer? Failing a charisma check might mean Dieter excuses himself, saying he has to wake up early for tomorrow's match. Success means he will introduce them to his friends. Another critical character is Petra Liebkos, and she is a lady of the court. She's charming, flirty, funny, and a great conversationalist. That's her default. She's also materialistic, so she will respond more positively.
Never mind.
If a character buys her gifts, lowering the charisma check DC. Success means she gives them critical information about what's really going on, and she knows a lot of stuff. Failure means she withholds information until she gets another gift. One roll shouldn't determine success or failure in a political intrigue adventure like this. We would never hinge at combat.
Sure, in something like that, potentially it shouldn't. Potentially. But also, what if we're not running a political intrigue thing sometimes? Like, what are, like...
And also, this is like 2 levels of a bad example as to why one failure is bad. Because not only is this political intrigue, which is already bad, but it's a module too.
Yeah, it's its own thing. Like, and this is a third step away because it's not even in the same system. We're talking about a completely different system. A different fucking game.
Like,
if you really want to convince people about this one point for D&D, try to keep it within D&D as much as you want, and go outside for things that can bolster your point of things that do it better. What you're doing here is just saying, this is another system that uses charisma, and it has the same thing that you can do in D&D. That's all you're saying.
Oh, one roll shouldn't be a failure in the social situation. Just like a TPK shouldn't be a failure in a party situation.
Yeah.
Or a combat situation.
Right.
However, I am more than willing to acknowledge the fact that that's me taking liberties in how... Sorry. That is me forming a false equivalency, because like a TPK combat situation is not like on the same level.
It's not.
However, it is one that I'm hoping to appeal to comedic effect.
Yes.
On a serious note, well, I just didn't want people misinterpreting and thinking I was serious, because after I said it, I was like, ooh, people could think I'm serious.
Sure.
Anyway, it is true that after they have a failure, that shouldn't be the end of the world. It shouldn't now be impossible. But, like, that's why you have other party members. That's how you can sort of take advantage of the fact that conversation, it tends to be fairly labial and flowing, and, like, maybe kind of loop back around to something.
I was gonna say as well, you get to the point of like, well, so what if we are role-playing it out so much that we don't need to roll, like, at all? Like, we can get to that point again, too, if you really want to. Like, we have so many avenues for you to get this back into your arguments that I'm just like, okay, why are we here for another fucking 2 minutes on a point you've already made, man? If this isn't gonna tie back easily and with, like... I've lost interest so much at this point because you're telling me the same thing again that I understand. Because, believe it or not, you did already give me enough information for me to go, I get what you're saying. I really don't think that there are people that need it another time, because you did it to such an extent. Now, granted...
Once more for the people in the back.
Exactly. Granted, there might be some people that really do need it that way. Let me tell you what's nice. They can re-watch a video. It's a thing. Will they? Maybe not. But I think maybe we can assume that everybody's going to figure it out at some point once you get to the point where you've actually explained it well enough. I really do. I really think that people can get to this, like, understanding. We don't need to do it another time for a different system that might, in fact, confuse people, because you're talking about fucking Warhammer Fantasy, and they might not know what the fuck that is. They might go, what does this have to do with D&D? Like what I'm saying right now.
No, let me bring up an example from Total War Warhammer 2 and explain why oh, you're at war with a nation, and you try to make peace, and then you fail. This is why charisma is a problem in D&D.
Yeah. Oh no, skill challenge is something that has been addressed since 3.0. I'm not sure if they had skill challenges in AD&D. Yeah, I don't think that. Oh, so that's the thing. I'm sure they existed, but they weren't known as skill challenges, right? But like, it's just, I don't know, man.
On a single to hit roll, so why do we hinge social
Oh,
encounters?
I'm sorry.
One roll shouldn't determine success or failure in a political intrigue adventure like this. We would never hinge a combat on a single to hit roll, so why do we hinge social encounters on single charisma checks?
We don't. We don't though.
We don't.
You may.
Yeah,
But we don't.
There are some people who do. There are some people who don't. Like, I don't know, man. When you're first starting out, you might do this, but then you might get more experience and you might learn that, like, it's more satisfying for you and your table to, like, play it out more. Or you don't. And it's fine. You play however you play, because it's a fucking game that you can do whatever you want in. And there's no right or wrong way to play.
Like, yeah, sure, you wouldn't base a combat around a single to hit roll.
Hit.
That is true. We wouldn't. But that's because we have multiple different rolls.
You know what else? I wouldn't base my whole fucking dungeon on a single die roll for how difficult it is.
Like, we have people attacking from the front with a spear, and from behind with twin daggers, and from 30 feet away with bow and arrow.
Yep.
We have multiple ways of attacking things. Sound familiar?
Yeah.
We have multiple different ways of attacking things and trying to succeed at our goal. So if someone tries to do, I don't know, a diplomacy and says, "Hey, how about you do this for me?" or like flirts or whatever and fails, someone else from the party can go, "You know, it would be awfully inconvenient for you to handle this. Like, why don't you let us handle it?"
Yeah.
And the guy's like, appeal to that part of him that's like kind of not a fan of doing work he doesn't have to, and he's like, that sounds pretty great.
Yeah.
Like, you have, oh my fuck.
It's one of those things where we're ignoring the greater context of how D&D is played to make this point of, like, you shouldn't do it this way. It's like, I don't, why are we doing this? Why is it?
I would like to see someone try to bluff and make a deception check and fail, and this guy just starts to pack up his stuff and head home.
I would be down to DM a game where the players just roll once for an encounter and see if they live or die.
Oh, roll once for the whole game.
That's right. You only just roll. That's it. One roll and then it's done. DM, not play, mind you. There you go. Yeah, whatever. I just want to finish this.
In real life, sometimes we don't like people on our initial first encounter with them, but we warm to them with time, and it should be the same thing in the role-playing world, I think. Now, how do you handle charisma? I'd love to hear about it in the comments section below. Also below, you'll find a link to our Patreon where you can get all sorts of stuff, including the Eldritch Rules Light horror RPG scenarios and the beta version of my own hacked version of D&D. Once again, for Dungeon Craft, this has been Professor Dungeon Master. Thanks so much for spending this time with me. I'll see you next time, and until then, may all your charisma checks be 20s.
Deathbringer again. You know who has charisma.
Wait, but you don't like that, though. What do you mean?
I understand that you can warm up to people, and that's why you can have multiple different days and say, like, all right, he really didn't care for you day one, so you're gonna have like higher DCs now. Or like maybe he just has like a bad initial outlook. And then you hit it off day two and he's like, oh yeah, like, and then day three happens and he's like, I didn't really like them day one. Day two we kind of hit it off. I'm not quite sure what to make of this person, and then that will affect DC.
Yeah, or like So this is the other thing that you can do is just like have your actions speak louder than you rolling a die. You can just play through the game, you know, day by day, and what you do every day will determine how these people feel about you. You don't have to make checks every day, potentially. Like, that can be something that you appeal to, where you just have it be an organic kind of thing, instead of it being mechanical, every time. That way you don't have to, like, that goes back to one of your fucking points that you made that I agreed with. Bolster your own point. Well, that video was something. I agree. The video was something. I want to see what he says. No, sorry. Did you catch that, by the way?
No.
His little outro?
The Death Knight?
No, this.
I'll see you next time, and until then, may all your charisma checks be 20s.
Death.
I thought that was a bad thing. I thought we didn't do that, though. Because it's bad to do that. Why would you... I get it. It's a little cheeky send-off, but I thought that was a bad thing, though. I thought you want us to not do that.
You know, I find this very fitting that he's the dungeon professor.
Yeah.
And I know Dungeon Craft is his name, but
he actually calls himself Professor Dungeon Master.
Oh, sorry, Professor Dungeon Master.
Yeah.
I find it very fitting because much like a lot of like college classes,
yeah,
I go through the whole thing going, "Oh my god, you said this already. Why do you need to say it again?"
Yep.
And then at the end of the class, he just says a little one-off statement that just recontextualizes the whole class, and you go, "Wait, what?"
Yeah.
And you no longer understand it.
Yep. Exactly. Why are we even here? I don't understand. I don't get it. Why would you do this to me? Tie guy, what are you trying to sell me? Exactly. Anyway, that was Dungeon Craft. That was the problem with charisma. I don't know what the problem was, really, and I don't think we need to fix it either. I don't know why his patrons wanted to axe charisma. That was never explained. He never went into depth with that. Really. He just said his reasons why he doesn't like it and the way that people do things. And that was it. That was the whole fucking video. So, cool. Love that I wasted my time with that.
I wasn't gonna say it out loud. But yeah.
Oh, no, it's just a waste. It really, like, we can have a conversation because of it, but it itself I would not recommend anyone to watch. I don't know, man. That's just bad, man. Anyway, that's
I don't know why, like, I can see no scenario where a person's like, I'm struggling with this, and I say, oh, you should watch this video.
Exactly, right?
Because unless if someone walked up to me and is like, hey, I think charisma has like a weird place in D&D, like, it feels like you just auto-succeed your rolls if you nat 20, but also you should nat 20 all the time, and also, I'm looking for someone to solve charisma in D&D by not using D&D.
Then you would go, well, I have the video for you.
Then I could go, you know what? I have a algorithm pleasing 10 minutes. Like, watch this, my
very
friend.
Specific, your needs. And I have a very specific solution for you. Oh man. All right. Yeah, that was another non sequitur. Yes. In a way it was.
I get the feeling his channel is kind of like that.
It feels that that's the second video that we've watched. It's the only time we've watched only 2 of his videos ever. And I'm like,
Admittedly, a sample size of 2 is not statistically
no,
valuable, but
not really.
it does. Once is a coincidence, twice is a trend.
Exactly. It would have made more sense if the patrons had said to get rid of charisma, because it could be absorbed by wisdom and intelligence. Here's why. Just like one could say strength and dex could take care of con. Yeah. Exactly. Like there's another conversation that we could have. A more interesting conversation, and one that we could actually like go back and forth and discuss and see pros and cons. But this is just like, hey, I don't like how you're doing things. You should stop that. And I'm like, okay.
Fixing D&D.
Cool.
Like,
Ugh.
make a bold claim and then back it up. Even
That's
if
right.
I disagree with your claim, I will still appreciate the fact that like you like backed it up.
Yes, as long as you give me sufficient reasoning and evidence and whatever.
This video can be summed up as D20's bad. Also, I know these characters so fucking well.
Yeah. Oh god, yeah.
And that is just a non sequitur, but like, at least in your previous video, you were halfway there because you're like, I make an entire room in a dungeon a DC based on a D20, and I'm like, all right, now we have a bold claim, and then I waited for you to back it up, and you didn't.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's move on to comments. Yeah. So, it's been a couple of weeks, so we got a few here. The first one from Rules Lawyer says on our episode 118, 1D&D, I've had my lawyer critique videos taking apart 1D&D, lol. What the trailer convinced me of was that this is a new edition with how much they went out of their way to say it wasn't. Yes. In a way. I still call it 5.5 because they're saying that all the things that they put out for 5 are backwards compatible besides the handbooks. So. But yeah. It's literally just there to sell you that they're coming out with a new thing and the VTT is a thing. The VTT is the focus. It really is. Have you guys heard of a guy called Esper the Bard on YouTube? His videos are cool to me, plus he has Bard in his name, so it fits. We've covered a video of his, I think, before. I can see. I think, actually, the video that we covered, I didn't like, now that I think about it. But I will check. Because I believe I've put him on the docket before. So, if I put Esper, nope. I put Bard. There we go. No, we didn't. No, that was Drow Bard. Okay, no, I don't think we covered Esper the Bard then. I'm thinking of Drow Bard. And no, I liked that video. I don't know what I'm thinking of then. I thought we... Anyway. Potentially in the future then. We'll see if there's anything that we can comment on. Timothy Martin on Poisons says, ahoy there, bros. On this topic, I forgot about poison in TTRPG games a lot, but I like the idea of poison. I've been working on a character that uses venom a good bit overall. He's a chaotic neutral sorcerer who works with Dionysus. The venom comes in because he breeds snakes, or at least snake-like creatures, depending on the world I'm playing in at the time. Snakes are a special animal for Dionysus, and of course, he makes wine that can heal himself and the party. I do think I said something similar in the past. That's how long I've been working on this before it was a cleric, but switched to a sorcerer because it's cooler to me. He does not have a name as of yet. Also, I have not worked on his numbers for a full character sheet for a campaign, but I think it's coming along well. Hopefully, that was fun to read. Thanks for the video, guys. Have a nice day. Well, thank you. Yeah, sounds neat. Hope you enjoy making him in future. Still thinking about his name? Fair enough. And Steely on poisons had a few things to say. Let me just open all these. There we go. Says, what's up, good people? I've had so much going on, but I have never let go of my table flipping credentials. And the first thing I hear about on my return, some kind of quiche. It's good to be back. Quiche Lorraine is a good song by the B-52s, by the way. I'm going to respond to my own comment here to keep things tidy. Train to Busan is indeed amazing. Alejo pretty much hit it on the head as far as its strengths. In general, I've been really impressed with the Korean take on the zombie genre. I have seen a couple of really great series as well, Zombie Detective and Happiness. Both are fantastic. Zombie Detective has a lot of comedy in it. Happiness, meanwhile, has a kind of The Thing vibe, because the zombies are not constantly zombies, but go back and forth between zombie state and normal state. You find that out quickly. It's not a spoiler. That sounds really cool. Here are my thoughts on poison. I definitely agree with the idea that focusing on conditions is a good way to handle them. I do wonder about how often poison has been used on weapons historically. While it has certainly happened, I can't recall ever hearing of poisoned weapons actually being a major tactical factor. If we knew why this was the case, it might help to inform rules for weapon poisoning in-game. Finally, I would like to bring up the fact that dosage is a significant factor of poison. To that end, I think dosage should be a part of the poison mechanic. And following that idea, dedicated poison delivery mechanisms, like blow darts or some kind of device that implants a poison pellet, like the umbrella developed and used by the KGB during the Cold War to deliver pellets filled with ricin from the tip, should cause a much stronger effect. And since these dedicated mechanisms tend to be more difficult to use successfully than a typical weapon, that could create a good risk versus reward factor.
Poison greatsword.
Yes. Dosage should also be a significant consideration when making poisons. Getting a small dose of poison by accident should probably be considered relatively less harmful than most usage situations. Boo's example about the HCL is a really good real-world example of such situations. Yes. Thank you, Steely.
HCL?
I think so. Is that, or is it HCI?
Maybe HCI. HCl makes the chemist in me think hydrochloric acid.
Oh yeah, no, he was talking about that, wasn't
he? But hydrochloric acid isn't really a poison.
I think.
Well, sorry. It creates.
It is HCl.
Chlorine.
Yeah, hydrochloric acid.
It creates chlorine ions in the body, which are toxic. But the reason for HCl, like HCl, is technically toxic, but like if you were to consume a vial of HCl, you wouldn't die from being poisoned. You would die because your tongue melted.
Yeah.
I would know. I have injected HCl in my fingertip once before. And I think I talked about that story. About that. Yeah. And that's why I don't think it was Boo's point. I think it was mine.
It might have been your point. But I think he was talking about it before, and then you talked about that example.
Oh, maybe.
I think that was what happened. It's been a couple of weeks. Blowguns rely on poisons.
Don't drink HCl.
Don't do that, yeah. Blowguns rely on poisons to be effective. Chinese repeating crossbows also did. Yeah, that's true. Oh, it was you. Oops. It's a Steely.
It's not fair.
You know. Lux on poisons says, oh my god, it's short. I admittedly don't use a lot of poison. It suffers from the same issue status effects in video games. It suffers from the same issue status effects in video games tend to have. It's dangerous to the players when enemies use it against them, but it's not particularly useful when players use it against enemies. There are far faster and more direct methods of wiping enemies out. I do agree that if a creature is hit by a poison weapon, it should just be poisoned without a saving throw to resist. Creatures are either resistant/immune to poison, or they're not. Also, the attack itself already has a chance to miss, depending on the target's AC, and how well the attacker rolled for their attack. Adding even more chances for the poisoning attempt to fail quickly degrades its usefulness. There's not really much else I can say about it, though. It seems like a 5e problem to a large extent, and I'm not a 5e person, so short comment this time. There you go. Short means Lux was sleepy. Well, it also seems like it was because 5e. That's fair. And then finally, on episode 110, when we were talking about more 4e, or I think it was just me actually talking about more 4e, Rules Lawyer says, oh, Fatal absolutely also succeeds at being a non-functioning system. There are hilarious write-ups out there of people reporting on their Fatal play sessions. I see. That's good to know. When I eventually do research on it, to tell you what I think about Fatal, I will look for those. Because if that's the case, then we can say that it's both bad in content and bad as a system. Hey! That's what I want. Glad I got to see the show live this time. Hopefully I can make it live again. Have a nice day. Everyone say hi to Boot for me. Yeah, we'll do. Thank you, Timothy. So
I'll be looking forward to those bands.
That's right. Yeah, do leave those bands. I'll also look at them. So that's it. We did it. Another one in the books. Holy fuck, that took 4 hours, huh?
and now you already have a hint of a topic for next week. That's and right. The thumbnail made for you.
That's right. I appreciate that. That takes a lot of time out of my my day that I need to spend on it.
That is my gift to you.
Thank you. We did it, boys. That's right. So, one final note on the dice. I'll show them off again because they're really cool to look at. Everybody likes it.
I would like some Table Talk dice, but I'm not a patron.
What? No, they're coming. I literally told you I'm sending you some.
No, I'm doing a bit to drum up engagement.
We did it, boys.
I would like the dice that are super cool, but how can I get the dice? Can I buy them? I have all of this money lying around, and I don't have a podcast to spend it on.
Oh my god. Wait, you don't?
This is the part where you come in.
Yeah, so, soon, as you can see, these dice are available. They're a thing, but they're not available for sale just yet. Soon, as soon as I figure out the thing that I was going to sell them through to make it easier on getting addresses and sending them out. I'm hand sending these out, so it might take me a while, so apologies there, but they will get to you, hopefully. I'm doing my best. The international shipping that I did, where I had to fill out a form and stuff that just made me go, what's going on? It was a little nerve-wracking, but hopefully those go through. And yeah, soon, and I will put it on the YouTube and in the Discord and on the Twitter and on the website. You'll see that there's gonna be the ability for you to buy the dice. I'm thinking somewhere around, if I can cheapen it I will, but I'm thinking somewhere around $25. That includes the cost of production and shipping. So yeah. Not looking to make like a huge profit from it, you know. I just want to let you guys get dice if you want them. The money was never the object. The object was to get the dice made. So the dice.
Oh my god, that is so cool. Thank you. What is this word? Alejo.
Sorry, yeah. Yeah. No, you're welcome. You're welcome. The dice, they are beautiful. I must roll them, but not for charisma. Well, maybe just once. Yeah, that's right. We did it, boys. Charisma
maybe
is
just
no
one
more.
nat 20.
Yeah. Maybe just one nat 20. Maybe just one time. But yeah, so look forward to that. And other than that, of course, thank you to our patrons who helped get us to this point, get us able to even make these dice, as well as thank you to all of you who are out there either in VOD land or in the live land, where even if you didn't give any money, it doesn't matter. You were here. You were part of the community, and that's really what matters. But of course, thank you once again to Draco Kraken, Mog Zero, Rick, aka Unit Rico, Slazer, Steely, Drake Cross, Chris, Destructive Night Lux, Frozen Spaghetti, Kill Chrono, and of course, our Tier 1. Appreciate you all. Very much so. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of it. And if you want to do the other things, support and stuff, whatever, you can if you want to. If you want to do the subscribe or whatever, just do the liking of the video and whatever. I'm not your dad. Do whatever you want.
Get out of here.
Yes, leave.
What are you doing on youtube.com/tabletalk discussion and discourse? Go to patreon.com/tabletalk. Get out of here.
I'm ending it there. It's good.